Thank you very much for taking your seats, please. We are starting. Okay, hello. Hello, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear partners and friends of the Creative Flip project, dear audience in this beautiful Les Ateliers de Tanneur, and also the audience who's watching us online via live stream. Welcome to the Creative Flip final conference, Flip Forward, Culture and Creativity Beyond Boundaries. My name is Dubravka Jurisic. I'm the project manager of Creative Flip, working at Goethe-Institut Brussels. And it's my great pleasure to be your host here today and to moderate this morning part of the conference. Creative Flip, as most of you know, was initially launched in 2019 at the initiative of the European Parliament. And the focus of the project from the start has been on improving the ecosystem of cultural creative sectors with special focus on the areas of finance, learning, innovation, and intellectual property rights. And now, 4 years later, we are here jointly together to close the second phase of the project as a preparatory action. We have prepared a very full, rich, ambitious program for you today, and we hope we will be able to achieve it because, well, once of all, we are a bit late, and I apologize to the audience watching us online who have had to wait a little bit, but it's hard to get more than 200 people into the room. So I also count on you to help us stick to the allocated times, also for the other breaks, so that we can make up for this short delay. We will cover an abundance of topics today, from working conditions, transformation policies, CCS skills and occupations, and many, many other more. But before that, we would like to hear a few welcome words from a few key institutions who are responsible for implementing this project. So first, we have a keynote welcome video message from Commissioner Iliana Ivanova, the European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education, and Youth. And we will now hear her welcome words.
Dear Member of the European Parliament, Mr. De Vesa, dear Dr. Moni, dear friends of culture, I'm pleased to join you virtually for this final conference where we aim to transcend boundaries within the cultural and creative sectors and industries. FLIP focuses precisely on this, bridging these sectors, pooling resources, sharing knowledge, and fostering collaboration. You're working together and with us in the EU institutions to make sure that creators have better access to finance, learn from each other, innovate, and see the fruits of their labor through solid protection of patents and intellectual property rights. These initiatives have formed a thriving ecosystem for culture and creativity. FLIP's rapid response to the pandemic was remarkable. Collaborating with the Commission, cultural operators, and creators, you launched the Creatives Unite platform. It has already amassed 80,000 users and addresses challenges from sustainability to the future of work. In line with this ecosystem building, we've established the new knowledge and innovation community of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. We have already signed a startup grant worth 6 million euros to get this community going. Once everything is in motion, the annual grant could reach about 70 million euros a year to support educational programs, innovation projects, and business acceleration services. Today, we gather to celebrate FLIP's accomplishments. First, FLIP provides a fund-finding tool complementing EU funding efforts, including Creative Europe and Horizon Europe. Culture EU was also established to help small organizations navigate EU funding opportunities. Second, FLIP offers a mobility search tool, now even more relevant with the launch of Culture Moves Europe, a new mobility scheme for artists. And third, most importantly for today, many artists and cultural professionals across Europe face precarious working conditions. EU institutions, Commission, Council, Parliament, and stakeholders, we are all deeply engaged on this issue. An expert group facilitated by the Commission addressed various issues, including artist status, social security, fair practice, skills, lifelong learning, and artistic freedom. Their report was published just last July. I'm delighted that the Creative FLIP project launches an online platform on the status and working conditions of artists and cultural and creative professionals. This platform's timely introduction will bolster EU efforts to support artists in making a livelihood. Their stability empowers them to enrich lives of all of us. We all share this goal, and collaboration is key to achieving it. And FLIP's community is an example of success in breaking the boundaries that separate us. Congratulations on your achievements. I wish you very fruitful discussions and a successful conference.
We would like to thank Commissioner Ivanova for her heartfelt words and also good wishes for the conference today. And it's my pleasure now, as mentioned, FLIP is initiated by the European Parliament as a pilot project 4 years ago. So it's really my pleasure to welcome to the stage Member of the European Parliament, Mr. Dominic Ruiz de Vesa, who has been a member of the European Parliament since 2019, is a spokesperson for the Constitutional Affairs Committee for the Socialist and Democrats group, but also member of the Culture and Education Committee and very much active on the topic of working conditions of artists lately.
Well, thanks a lot to the organization, to this invitation to the Flip Forward conference. It's really an honor and a big opportunity for me also this week because next week we will be voting in the plenary of the European Parliament our report, the one I have been co-rapporteur on precisely the status and working conditions of the artists in Europe. So the timing couldn't be perfect for your conference. So I'm very happy to welcome all of you to this final conference of the Flip Forward conference. However, I will say that this is not really the end, even though you call it the final conference or the final meeting, but more precisely the beginning, or not the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning, no, but the beginning, because we have a lot of work that lies ahead, no? Policymakers, experts, artists, cultural practitioners and stakeholders from across Europe are to debate together these key issues for the future of the cultural and creative sector, from social inclusion to social inclusion, sustainability, and also cross-sectoral cooperation. And in particular, you are also going to tackle a topic that is very close to me and to the Social Democrats, which is to ensure that cultural work is fair and sustainable for all those practitioners that, as it has been also mentioned, by the way, by the Commissioner, more often than not struggle to make ends meet. It is time to dispel the myth of the starving artist. And in order to do so, we need mainly two things. The first one is knowledge. It was Ludwig Wittgenstein. A good speech always has to have a good quote, huh? But don't worry, there will be not many more. That problems are solved not always or necessarily by new information, but in many cases by arranging what we have known since long. And this is why I'm very expectant for the launch today, precisely of your online platform, as precisely this knowledge management tool on the status and working conditions of artists and cultural professionals, which is the first compendium of comparable information in Europe of this kind. And I will have the opportunity to go into more depth on this topic in the second round. because it is connected also to our report in that regard. And the second thing, I said the first is knowledge, the second is courage. And we need political courage, political will. We need to invest political capital in this topic. But we cannot do it alone. This is not something we can do alone in the parliament, even though we have also a very good action committee of parliamentarians, the CCSI. But this requires also the support of the civil society actors, the sector's organizations, the sector's bodies, the communities, the networks of practitioners that face multiple challenges that we will discuss today. But I have a second quote I didn't know. Henri Matisse said that creativity takes courage. That's to complete the point on courage, which is also important. I already mentioned that on the 21st of November, we will vote on the EU framework for the social and professional situation of artists and workers in the cultural and creative sectors. This is a non-initiative legislative resolution, so it's important because it really calls to the European Commission to prepare a legislative proposal. And going back to the point I made on timing, by the way, we think we have a good majority to approve the report, but if you have friends that are MEPs, take the opportunity to tell them that it's very important that they vote in favor of the report. Not against or abstention, just in case, but in favor of the report. And after that, we have, and this is again very important in terms of timing, on the 24th of November, we have the Council meeting on culture with the ministers, and we're going to have a debate on how to improve precisely the working conditions of artists and other cultural professionals. And I have to take also the opportunity to thank here the Spanish presidency of the Council, not because I am Spanish, but because they have done a really good work with culture. And I remember when the presidency was launched in an event in the, I think, Fine Arts Museum here in Brussels, that the minister, but not the Minister of Culture, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation, José Manuel Álvarez, said in his inaugural speech of the presidency that culture, and in particular the status of artists in Europe, was a priority of the presidency. So we're happy to have this debate. I think it's a debate without conclusions, but okay, it is. I think it's a good start, or a reasonable start. Hopefully with the Belgian presidency, we can go further, maybe also with the adoption of conclusions. So this is why today's conference could not come at a better time, and the discussions today cannot be more relevant. Adding to the momentum that we must generate to have the necessary political capital to take the steps that ensure that all cultural and creative professionals can have a dignified and sustainable career, as I said before. This is certainly no small task. I am convinced that with our collective knowledge and collective action, civil society, the sectors, and the parliament, and the other institutions, we can set the path to address many of the challenges that cultural and creative professionals have to face. So again, a very warm welcome to the Flip Forward conference, and I wish you a very inspired debate.
Thank you to Mr. Ruiz de Veza also for the inspiring word. I think they resonated with the majority of the people present here. And also thank you for devoting so much of your time and also joining us in just a few brief minutes. We'll also really discuss this topic of status and working conditions in much more detail. But now I would like to invite Dr. Elke Kaschel-Moni, who is the Director of the Region for Southwest Europe and also Delegate for European Affairs at the Goethe-Institut, on behalf of the Creative Flip consortium.
Dear Commissioner Ivanova, dear Mr. Ruiz de Veza, thank you so much for your welcoming words. Members of the European Parliament and the European Commission, representatives of the member states and the regional and local authorities, members of the culture and creative sector and from partner sectors, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, and of course a big welcome also to everyone who's joining us online. Herzlich willkommen und vielen, vielen Dank, dass Sie alle hier bei uns sind für die heutige Konferenz. On behalf of the Creative Flip Consortium, the Goethe-Institut and our project partners, the European Creative Hubs Network, IDEA Consult, 3S Unternehmensberatung, and Intellectual Property Institute Luxembourg, I really warmly welcome you also from my side to today's conference. Flip forward, culture and creativity beyond boundaries. And I really can't believe that it's been 4 years already for Creative Flip. I also really can't believe that it's coming to an end, but I think it's fantastic to celebrate the end, as was said, with this look forward to the future. It's also such a pleasure to see so many familiar faces gathered here today. It's fantastic to be able to discuss and reflect with you some of the key topics and challenges for the culture and creative sectors today. And it's really key topics and challenges that have also informed the past 2 years of the Creative Flip project and its outcomes. To name but a few, as was already mentioned, the working conditions for artists and cultural professionals, finance for the culture and creative sectors, intellectual property rights, creative and transversal skills and occupations, as well as peer learning, transformation policies, and the contribution of the culture and creative sectors to the triple transition, green, digital, and social. It's truly amazing to see how the project has evolved over the years. Creative Flip has become a brand in the cultural and creative scenes. It has developed strong ties with other projects, initiatives, and communities, and has itself grown a really versatile community of stakeholders across the sectors and also with partner sectors. And again, it's so fantastic to see many of you gathered here today with us. From the EU, the national, regional, local policymakers, experts and researchers, sectors, representatives and networks, small and medium-sized enterprises, and of course also, and most importantly maybe, artists, creative professionals, representatives of sectors that are closely linked to the culture and creative scenes. We are looking at a great day filled with many highlights, and to give you just a bit of a taste of what's in store for you today. We will launch, it was mentioned already, This Is How We Work, an online platform on working conditions for artists and cultural professionals that's part of our flagship Creative Unite platform. And it's so good, and thank you so much, Mr. Ruiz de Veza, that you're here with us today. You are the co-rapporteur on the recent proposal for the EU framework on working conditions in the cultural sector, and we really, really, really think of you next week in Strasbourg and wish you good luck for the vote. We also have with us co-chairs and members of the OMC group on status and working conditions of artists and cultural and creative professionals, as also many sector stakeholders here with us in the audience who have contributed so much energy and time over the past years to keeping this topic high on the agenda. We should together seize the moment and take steps that may be small, but that are concrete and hopefully help to push further into the direction and ensure that this important cause will be realized. And as I said, I think the launch of the platform today is one step that really will help pushing the agenda further. Transformation policies are high on the EU agenda. Creative Flip has worked intensively on the topic of transformation and is very happy to share and discuss with you the results and recommendations today. We have representatives with us of the two EIT knowledge and innovation communities, EIT Climate Kick and EIT Culture and Creativity. We will discuss the urgent topic of the green transition, as well as other transformation policies in a panel with sector stakeholders and the European Commission today, later in the program. I'm very happy that our flagship platform, Creative Unite, is continuously growing. Responding to the needs, we're adapting it to what we see as necessary. It's fantastic that we have 87,000 users, hopefully easily access to 2,000 different entries, and we're continuously trying to find innovative and user-friendly solutions in order to keep it updated and really make it worthwhile. We are happy to share with you the latest novelties of the platform with you today, guide you through the tools, and discuss the importance of varying finance sources. Another key word is the European Year of Skills. In the context of Creative Flip, we have approached this topic from Learning Labs program on cooperation with schools, peer learning and skills exchange, to recommendations for better representation of cultural and creative skills and occupations in EU taxonomies and employment statistics. And finally, and I am coming to an end, Creative Flip today provides space for cultural and creative professionals, artists and participants in our programs to bring forth their topics and conversations that are most relevant to them. And again, I think this is a very important part of what Flip is doing in general and of today. We're happy to have an inspirational talk by an innovative artist who is truly working beyond boundaries just before lunch as one of the highlights. All topics mentioned are of crucial importance, of relevance for the cultural and creative sectors. They point at challenges, gaps, and boundaries with the sector stakeholders. They clearly show the added value of arts and culture and the contribution they can make in change and transformation processes. Looking at current conflicts and larger geopolitical shifts, at the still very visible consequences of the pandemic, at the tremendous effects of the climate crisis, or the appalling rise of extremist and divisive political movements, we, as cultural stakeholders, are being challenged to find answers and ways forward. And to do so, we need to connect, to think and exchange beyond boundaries, be it national, sectoral, professional, or others. And this is really the wish also for today, that it's exactly that we are doing. And I am now concluding, and let me really say a big thank you. A big thank you to the Director General for Education and Culture of the European Commission. This gathering and the project, of course, would not have been possible without all the EC colleagues and the wonderful and continuing fruitful exchange, the support, the very, very close cooperation, and a big thank you especially to Catherine Magnon and Barbara Stacher. Also a big thank you to the hardworking and amazing team behind the project, our fantastic consortium partners, European Creative Hubs Network, Idea Consult, 3S Unternehmensberatung, Intellectual Property Institute Luxembourg, as well as our independent experts, Silvia Amann, Joost Heinzius, Chris van Goethem, and Elena Politseva. Thank you so much. And the last thank you, and really from my heart, a big thank you to the team at the Goethe-Institut the fantastic Dubravka Jurisic, Wanda Pojke, and Alonja Elizalde. Thank you so much. You're fantastic for having pulled this off during the past 4 years and also for today. I wish you a great day. Creativity takes courage, was said before. I wish you lots of inspiration, fruitful exchanges, and most of all, lots of courage to push the topics that are at stake today. Danke.
Thank you very much, Elke. And with this, we finished the welcome address. And we proceed with presenting to you the results of our work for the last 2 years. It's divided into 2 sections, one before the break and one after. And it's about crossing boundaries, pathways, how to cross boundaries, and also how to connect people across boundaries. And in this first part, we will talk about our flagship initiative, Creatives Unite, as well as all the developments and tools that are a part of this amazing platform. And now I invite to the stage my dear colleague, Vasilis Haralampidis from the European Creative Hubs Network, President of the Board, who will also tell us a little bit about how Creatives Unite is now developing further and what are the latest, newest developments now. Come, don't be shy.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Very happy to see the broader family here. That's great to see you all. Smiling faces. Did you wake up? All good? Nothing. Are you there? Yes, great. So, very happy to have you here. I hope you enjoy also the rest of the day. I just want to briefly talk to you about our platform, Creatives Unite. It has been quite a journey. So this latest revision will be the 4th revision we make up to today, and we are already working on the 5th. So it's not the end of the project. We'll be going on the further we can with this one. We're really proud about what we've been doing the last years. As most of you know, this project started as an initiative for COVID and what our ecosystems are doing around the COVID situation. And from that point, it has evolved in a one-stop shop for all our communities. So I want to do something with you. Miriam, are we ready? Yes, we're ready. So you're awake, aren't you? Yes. Yes, all together? Yes. Great. So I want you to count from 3, 2, 1, and when we get to 0, we will launch the new version of the platform. So this is what we're going to do all together. So let's go. 3, 2, 1, 0. And there it is. Great. So really briefly, because we're also behind schedule, I want to tell you 2 things about the new platform. So we have evolved a lot, and we have done giant steps. You can see also we have redeveloped also our identity. So we have a new identity, a bit beautified version of our logo. But most of it, the most important big features is that we have now 3 tools. So we have a new addition in the tools. Just to say, we have the So You Need Money platform, and also the mobility tool now is integrated within. So we have 2 unified tools. Anyone can search all the funding and mobility opportunities that are out there available. And this is a great thing to have. We have the intellectual property tool. You will listen about the tools more thoroughly later during the day. And this is how we work platform, which tackles all issues about our working conditions throughout Europe. But we have developed also the platform in a way that now we have more essential contents in topics that we feel are right now relevant and important for our sectors. Right now, you can see on the top, we are focusing in 3 main topics, which are working conditions, greening, and of course, Ukraine. So we have the main features and the main themes of the week and the month on the top of the page. And as you scroll down, you can see the latest, current and most important funding opportunities. And then you go into each theme and see articles relating and work related with the themes. I don't want to tell you more. Go and browse and see. We're really happy that we made it and expect more. So thank you so much.
So, okay, so I stay down here as well. I have to look cool like Vasilis. So this is very short and effective and a very good intro into what we continue working on now. So now we go to the official launch of this much talked about platform. And I first invite my colleague Joost Heinsius, who is our senior expert at Flip and who was also an OMC member, and he will tell you more, but kind of the mastermind behind all this.
Thank you, Dubravka. Yes, but before we really show you how it works, there are some more things to say. Because I was a member, indeed, of the OMC working group representing the Dutch platform on working conditions. And when we were working on that report, I thought, okay, somewhere this report will be published in July last year. And then, because this topic on working conditions has to stay on the agenda for at least the coming years, because there's so much more to do. So what can we do? So we need to find a place where we can develop it more. We need some place dynamic for lots of opinions, for exchange, etc. So okay, maybe we should have like an online platform where we can have all this information and discussion. And there was a lot of support, actually, from within the OMC group to do this. And so we worked on it. And luckily, and by accident, I was also a member of the Creative Flip project. And there were some possibilities to also develop a project on working conditions. So I took the lead over there. And then, with the help of a lot of people, we started developing the platform. This is how we work. The first version of the platform was actually non-public. We published that together with the OMC report. And it was actually based on a lot of information from the OMC report, but also a lot of information that was not public, but was based on a survey that we did internally in the OMC group. And we used a lot of that information. We had actually other purposes to launch the first version of the platform, also on July 6th, and was shown only to the members of the OMC group and of the Culture Affairs Committee. But, and of course, it's going to be part of Creatives Unite, as Vasilis already told us, and there's a lot of more. So it's great to be part of a platform that shows so many different aspects of the working life, of work conditions of all cultural professionals. But first we turn again to Mr. Ruiz de Veza, who already introduced, like, I think 2 or 3 times by now, but especially now as a co-rapporteur of the legislative report of the European Parliament, which indeed will be voted on next week. So we're very happy to see him here, and he will tell us a little bit more about what they are doing on the topic of working conditions. Please, Mr. Ruiz de Veza.
Okay, well, sorry to come back again, but I hope I can add something of interest to what I have already said, no? But actually, I have to say, dear Josh, that I'm very impressed about the new version of the platform. I think what you have unveiled today is really a milestone, and as I said before, and apologies here for repeating myself, it couldn't have come really at a better time, no? To launch the platform today, our plenary vote next week, and then the week after the meeting of the Council. And it is also true that there has been, and it's important to say it, that the open method of coordination expert group has done an excellent report. And I think the necessary groundwork is done. As a matter of fact, that report that you were showing in the screen, we were able to use many bits of it for writing our report from the side of the Parliament. So it was really useful, and we could do our Parliament position, really based on facts and the evidence that you put forward. So we have to be very thankful. You are providing information, analysis, and on the basis of, in good part, what you have provided to us, we have come up with 3 fundamental questions in our report from the Parliament side. Of course, the report is very rich, and I encourage everyone to read it, but I'm going to focus on 3 particularly important questions. The first one is the question of which probably you are all very aware, the question of the buyout contracts. And as we all know, this is in flagrant contradiction with the European copyright. So this is something that we have to eradicate. I think is the proper word. The asymmetric power between creators and large platforms, the other platforms, not this one, makes it almost impossible to reject these contracts for the creative person. Something, by the way, that it will be more difficult if we can have, as we mentioned in the report, a stronger unionization in this sector. Secondly, the report is clear in classifying these contracts as abusive practices, and it is clear in its request to the European Commission about the need to take the necessary initiatives to combat these practices. Here, as you know, there is a bit of debate about whether we need to reform the directive, the copyright directive, or the directive is good as it is, but the problem is a problem of policing the directive and a problem of enforcement. So probably this is something that could be interesting also to debate with you today. The second request is the question of social conditionality in all public funding, including, of course, funding from the European Union. We believe that not a single euro of EU funding should go to those that do not pay artists, undermine collective agreements, and do not respect minimum standards of labor and social obligations under union and national law. We say in this report that public funders have a responsibility precisely to lead by example if we want fair practices in the sector. Furthermore, introducing standards, we believe, promotes change throughout the sectors. And number 3, and this is a very, I will say, very extremely important part of the report, we call for concrete legislative measures. We ask for the establishment of a European framework on the social and professional situation of professionals in the cultural and creative sectors, composed of at least, and I think this is a big achievement because this is okay, but I'm going to say it first. The directive on decent working conditions, which will have as its fundamental objective the correct determination of the employment situation of CCS professionals in order to put an end to false self-employment. I think that this is a very important step, that the European Parliament is calling for a directive on this topic, and we hope the Commission will follow our proposal. And I think it will be a milestone because I make the comparison with another directive in the social field, which is the directive on minimum wages. The directive on minimum wages that has been approved, as you know, and that it's calling for, or not only calling, it's establishing, which is something that cannot be underestimated, that in each member state, the minimum wage, which should be always a minimum wage, so this is the first thing, all member states must have a minimum wage. Of course, this could be legally determined or determined by collective bargaining, but the principle, everyone must have minimum wage. But secondly, the directive also says that the minimum wage should be at least 60% of the median salary of that given member state. So this is, I mean, who will have thought in the quote-unquote good old days of the Barroso Commission that Europe will have a directive on minimum wages? Well, then, this is I make here a comparison. Who will have thought 15 years ago that we'll be now discussing as a realistic possibility, I would say even probability, to have a directive on the status and working conditions of the artists in Europe. Secondly, we also ask for decisions, which is another legal instrument of the European Union, and is also binding, decisions establishing a mechanism for structured cooperation and the exchange of best practices between member states, with a view to formulating quality standards through the creation of a platform. But what a nice coincidence. The platform already exists, so we don't need to create it. This mechanism is to organize the different areas of work identified in the report in order to progress progressively and review the progress made by member states. So we have this platform that you unveiled today that for me it's very clearly, if not the same platform that we are proposing, certainly the beginning, the seed of this platform. So we couldn't really have been, I think, more aligned. And I think we can even give, I will say, official recognition to this platform as the platform that we are envisioning from the European Parliament side on this very important matter of the exchange of best practices. So congratulations again for providing this public contribution, this public service to the parliamentary work and for the work of the European Union. I see that we have many good things to do together in the next days, weeks, and months. And I'm sure that the best is, as always, or almost always, yet to come.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ruiz de Vesa. Indeed, thank you also for recognition of the platform. And we know there's a lot of work to be done for the coming years, and that's also why we have this platform. So we really want to cooperate with you on that. Before we really start revealing this is how we work and how it works, I have a few people to thank, because this is not something that you do on your own. First of all, Heidelberg Meisnitzer, Council for Culture and Media Policy of the Austrian Representation, and she was the co-chair of the OMC group on working conditions. And she endorsed this work from the beginning, and she made it also possible to present it in the Culture Affairs Committee, and that we made the platform also to be part of the work plan for 2023 to 2026. So a really big thank you to you, Heide Marie, because without you, yeah. Then we also have to name Barbara Stacher, and she's always hiding somewhere. But you supported the OMC working group wholeheartedly, and you're also the project officer for Creative Flip, and that brings two things quite beautiful together. And I know you always downplay your role, but without you, it wouldn't have been done. So thank you very much, Barbara. And of course, Dubravka and Wanda from the Goethe-Institut, because you supported the idea also from the beginning, with a lot of advice and meetings and etc. And you did amazing work, and I'm very happy to be working with you. And so much thanks to you, all of you. And then, because this is going to be happening on Creation Nights, and some crazy people built this and keep maintaining it and making new versions. And also, doing so much last-minute work to make this, for example, also this How We Work possible. So I really want to thank Vasilis and also Eyad, who's not here, but he's also very important. So I want to thank you both, because you have been doing amazing work, nights long even, and we would not have done it without you. So thank you so much. And then also the newest member of the team, Elena Protseva, because she wrote all the text and edited all the text, which is now on the platform. And I'm very happy that we're working with you now. So also a big thank you to Elena. But now I would like to call to the stage Toby Dennett. So please come. You're the Strategic Development Manager in the Arts Council of Ireland. And you're also co-chair of the OMC Working Group. And you're the one who developed the survey, which we based a lot of information on. Together we will show, so come next to me. And then we'll show you how the platform works. So please, Miriam, go to the work condition. Yes. Then click on this, how we still the articles, but then click on how we work, please. So go up again, yeah. So this is the platform. And if you scroll down a little bit, Miriam, this is all how it came about. But the special thing is that you can select like up to 3 countries to view their specific policies. So for example, if you take like Belgium and Ireland, and then we go to status and social security, then you can see like the policies, they're very general descriptions yet, but you see the policies they have on status and social security. And we can do that if you scroll down even more. We can do it also for labor relations and learning and skills and artistic freedom. And this we made possible for all 27 member states. So you can now compare all these things. And then also we have some more down there. It's also actually taken from the OMC report, 6 key points that we see now resulting from what we've seen in the OMC report, and we make that available in a very understandable way. So this is the platform, and I give now the floor to Toby, who will say a few words about it as coach.
Thank you. Well, look, I don't think anyone in this room needs another report to tell them what they already know. And that is that workers in the cultural and creative sectors tend to have low, irregular, unpredictable incomes, high levels of self-employment, with project-based careers, precarious working conditions. They occupy weak bargaining position in contract negotiations. They're exposed to exploitation, and they often lack the legal structures providing social protection and sustainable frameworks for their career development. And artistic freedom is increasingly threatened. Now, this all matters because it leads to conditions that, at a fundamental level, are not fair and not sustainable. And this limits the potential of our culture and creative sectors to make and share the excellent arts and culture that our society needs and deserves now more than ever. And these socioeconomic challenges also limit the potential for a diversity of voices to be represented and heard. But it's not all bad. There are a lot of good practices, a lot of good programs, a lot of good provisions operating across Europe for artists. I'm from Ireland, and people are always interested to know about our artists' tax exemption scheme, and more recently about our new basic income for the arts pilot scheme. But on other things, maybe like social security provisions, the strength of our copyright laws, the structures that give artists a representative voice, I would say that in Ireland, maybe we don't measure up quite as well as some other countries. But if we could pick and choose from all the best practices from across Europe and roll them into one, that could be the basis for thinking about a more feasible, sustainable future for the arts and culture. And that's what this new platform, this new sharing platform is about, this how we work. It's perhaps offering us a potential to see what that could look like. Sharing information, learning from each other, a resource that supports advocacy for a more sustainable ecosystem for our sector. Now, as I said, I'm Toby Dennett from the Arts Council in Ireland, and I work across areas of policy, research, particularly those relating to individual artists. And I'm here because I've had the privilege of co-chairing the recent OMC on the status and working conditions of artists and cultural and creative professionals, and it's out of that that this new platform has come. So I use the term OMC. A lot of people I meet in my working life have no idea what an OMC is. An OMC, it's an EU-established working group comprising experts nominated from each of the relevant government departments or agencies from across each of the member states. And they meet 6 or 7 times over the course of an 18-month period to discuss a topic set by the Commission, and in this case, the status and working conditions of artists, and to come up with a report and recommendations. And our OMC concluded earlier this year, and a full report was published in July, and our report identifies key challenges and makes recommendations in areas from status on social security, fair practices, skills and learning, and artistic freedom. And I think it's probably the first thing we should acknowledge is that we are here just a few months after the OMC launch to launch, I suppose, an action delivered in response to the OMC report, and that this OMC has led to a concrete action, something specific and delivered is significant. I've sat on several OMCs, and they generate a lot of recommendations, and you often wonder what happens with those. Where do they go? So it's really worth congratulating, I think, the Creative Flip team for putting this work in to make this happen, to bring it from an idea to reality. So well done for that. I think obviously the need for this rose out of our own challenges within the OMC group, our own practical needs in the course of our work to identify and understand what the situation is in different countries. We went looking for this information, and we really struggled to find any single source where we could review that information with a degree of consistency. There is some information out there, but it wasn't maybe enough to meet our needs, and it wasn't always up to date. So we created a survey amongst ourselves for our internal purposes to support our work. And it was only after we'd gathered that information did we realize that this may be a resource that others may find useful and that we could share more widely. And obviously in a sector that's complex, less formal working arrangements, in a sector that's unstructured and perhaps not so transparent, access to information can be hard to come by, and in some ways it's perhaps this lack of information that can lead to or perpetuate those poor working conditions. So this is a platform, it's meant to address this in some ways. So I would also say that these comparative types of resources are difficult to structure, categorize information, to create information hierarchies that allow for easy comparisons is somewhat difficult. Policies, measures, legislative initiatives, they don't sit alone. They're inherently linked to and integrated with wider sets of public policy, public administration, legislation. And I guess that's the challenge with this type of work. We had to find a way to gather the information without presupposing what structures and systems are in place. And of course, the big challenge now is keeping that maintained and up to date. So I think we have a session on that later about how this goes forward and is maintained. So finally, I just want to say thanks and acknowledge all of the experts who were part of the OMC group, in particular the co-chair of the OMC, Heidi Meschnitzer, and other members of the drafting group, Barbara Stracker from the Commission, and especially Joost and his colleagues in Creative Flip for bringing this project forward to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Toby, and thanks to everyone for discussing this very important topic. As Toby already announced, we will have a parallel session where all of those of you who are interested in this particular issue can discuss in a smaller group in much more depth further, and also to see how the platform will develop in the future. And we say goodbye to Mr. De Vesa. Thank you very much once again. Thank you. So now from the topic of working conditions, we go to another also very important and interesting topic, I think, for all creatives, and that's finance and funding, how to find them, where to find them. So I invite to the stage my colleague, not Evelyn, unfortunately, who is sick, and we send her all our regards for also speedy recovery, but Isabel de Voldere from Idea Consult, who is also involved very much in the So You Need Money tool.
Thank you, Dubravka. Thank you. And indeed, with notes, and I'm grateful to Evelyn, who always takes perfect notes, that I can today replace her, and I'll try to do this as good as possible. I'll stay over here, if okay. Not for the coolness, as Vasilis, but maybe for safety. Because as you see, I have a history of falling off platforms, and you don't want me to break another shoulder here. So let me stay here, unless everybody can hear me. Okay, so let's have a look at the tool, the online tool. It's a tool that we've built based on work that we did in Flip 1, where we developed a financing guide, and we're very happy to have it now in an online tool. Why this tool? Actually, out of a number of challenges that we've seen in when we talk about access to finance for cultural and creative actors. First of all, the financial jargon. Not always so understandable, so known as well. Another thing, the fact that many do not really have a good overview of the diverse financing landscape. There are many different types of finance, and they serve many different purposes. And so that's also where we hope that the tool helps you to find your way in this financing landscape. And a third element also to create awareness about, to think carefully about what you bring to the table as an artist, as a creative, when you go and talk to financiers. What do you want? And that's also where the tool focuses on. So here you see the online tool and how it looks like. First of all, as I mentioned, on the financial jargon, you see on top the different types of finance that we deal with in the tool. And for instance, when you click on philanthropy, for instance, there you find also some information about what is it, how does it work, but also some tips and elements that help you think about how you can approach philanthropies when that's one type of finance that would be of interest for you. So this is where you find all this information. Then when we go back to the tool, you see that there are several filters. And in the tool, you find a whole directory of finance providers of all these different types of finance. Through the filters, you can actually select based on your needs. It's very important to, first of all, think, why do I need money? Do I need it to finance a structural operation? Do I need it to finance a project? So that's all different elements that require different forms of finance. So for instance, let's here select to realize a project, for instance, and then you immediately see that the directory changes and adapts. Another criterion that is very important is your structure. Who are you? Are you a for-profit company, a non-profit organization? You don't have a legal structure. It all influences your access to finance. And also that's one that we have incorporated in the tool. So for instance, when you select a non-profit organization, again, the selection adapts to what are sources of finance that fit your situation and your needs. Another element that is important is the life cycle you're in. Are you still a startup or an established organization? Now let's choose a growing organization. And lastly, a number of other elements is, of course, where are you based? This is a European-wide directory. We're here in Belgium. Let's select Belgium. Voila. And then a final selection criterion that you can filter on is the sector you're active in. A number of funding sources, financing sources are very specific to specific sectors. So there also you can select where you're active in, like in performing arts. And then you see, based on those selection criteria, a selection of finance providers or funding providers that could be relevant for you to further look at. You see here a combination of both public funding providers, but also other providers like impact investing, venture philanthropists, SERA, a crowdfunding platform, Crowdin. And let's maybe have a look at that one, crowd lending. So you can select all of these different sources and have a deeper look into those. They all have information fishes where you find what are the countries they cover. For instance, here specifically for the crowdfunding, what is the type of support? Here we're talking about crowd lending and donation and reward-based crowdfunding. So that's where you can go to this platform or contact them. The fees they charge for their services and so on. And that's for all the different providers that you find in the tool. Apart from the directory, let's also have a look at the resources where you find some more tricks, some information about the financing mix, but tips if you click on that. Some general tips for getting started in the financing jungle, but also specific tips on the specific different funding possibilities or financial types. Another thing that you find in the resources, and that is good to take a look at, is the toolkits and the guides. There you find some references to other reports, interesting canvases and tools and so on. And the final thing that I want to show you in the tool is the cases. So we've developed a number of cases here of cultural and creative actors that shared their financing journey. What are the types of finance that they have attracted, that they combine? And for instance, when we go into the Music Innovation Hub, an Italian social enterprise, they have, there you read the story of how they actually looked for different types of finance for their different, let's say, the business lines or their activities lines, and where you clearly see that different activities can, that you can attract different types of finance for different types of activities. And here, in this case, they combine, for instance, philanthropy with impact investing and equity crowdfunding, but also with a loan and sponsorship and grants. So there you see a clear example of this financing mix and how they really try to look for the right finance according to the activities that they want to further develop. So I invite you all to dig into the tool, further explore, read the cases, and hopefully get inspired. And then now I would like to invite Arnaud to the stage to talk a bit further about impact investing. As we had seen in the last case, one of the types of finance that they use, but that is not so common yet in cultural and creative sectors. And let's have a talk with Arnaud. Maybe we try to get on stage. I'll do it safely. That's fine. So welcome, Arnaud.
Figuring this out. Hello?
Oh,
okay,
yes.
now it works.
Yes, perfect. Arnaud is Knowledge and Learning Associate at EVPA, and you have conducted research on topics related to impact ecosystem, impact measurement, management. Maybe to start with, tell us a bit more about EVPA, the organization you work for.
Yeah, for sure, and thanks for having me here. It's really a pleasure, and I really hope to learn a lot about your sector during the day. So EVPA is a network of impact finance. That means that we have around 300 members all around Europe that are mainly capital providers, and within this group of capital providers you can find either foundations providing grants or also impact funds, which is closer to impact investing, but also other types of capital providers like crowdfunding, microloans, financial institutions, and so on. And what all these capital providers have in common is that they are financing organizations that have the mission to solve a social problem, meaning that they have social impact at the core.
I mentioned just now that it's a type of finance that is not so much used yet in the cultural sector. Could you tell a bit more about what you see as the opportunities or for this?
Yes, sure. Maybe to reply this, a bit of context. The impact ecosystem, I don't know to what extent this is something that is very close to your sector and you're very familiarized with it, but it's something that has been growing quite fast in the last years. Last year, the Global Impact Investment Network, the GIN, announced that there were more than 1 trillion assets under management labeled as impact investment. So it's something that somehow you can be excited to see so much growth of capital put for impact. But at the same time, you see all this growth of capital put for impact, and this is a bit overshadowed by the realization of something very obvious, which is that we are not solving the societal issues at the speed that we should be, right? So we have the SDG financing gap that is constantly expanding and not shrinking. And I'm gonna answer your question, I swear. But when like with this realization, more and more investors are wondering, am I really financing the root causes of problems? Am I really changing systems? Am I really changing how things work from the root? Or I am merely mitigating symptoms? And from that question, which I think is very, very relevant for a capital provider, it has emerged a quite important narrative related to what it's called systems change. So this systems change mindset is really a call for stop looking just at investment opportunities where you can more or less operate as you will operate in traditional finance, but include the positive impact in the equation and just continue like that. But really stop, understand the community, understand how people work. Sorry. Okay, understand how people work, understand what people value, changing mindsets, changing how people want to live together, to collaborate together, and then understanding where are the capital gaps or the market gaps, and then addressing these gaps. And I think that when I talk about this, it's where cultural and creative sectors have a lot of sense, right? So I would say it's really a core element for systems change. So very important for this change of paradigm that we hope to see in the sector.
I would say too. So what are then the challenges that it's not being used that often yet? Yeah.
Well, I mean, you were mentioning before there is a very wide spectrum of finance, also within impact or the finance that can be labeled as impact finance. It is also like very, very wide, and understanding which door to knock. I think it's very challenging from the demand side. So I hope that this tool is actually like it's really cool, because it's really what entrepreneurs, not only this sector but in any sector, really need. Yeah, I think that a first step is bringing a bit of clarity on strategies and on where are the connections between the demand and the supply side. But also looking at the supply side, and here we have to be a bit critics with the sector that I'm representing. But many times, and I've been working so much on monitoring and evaluation. We call it impact management. So much we borrowed the mindset from the traditional finance. So we like investors put together an investment and they hope to see some results. Financial results, but also impact results. That means that they go to finance organizations that have already proven impact, that are already very actively measuring and managing their impact, that have very tangible results. And this clashes a little bit with the cultural and creative sector, or at least in the mindset that investors have on the cultural and creative sector. But I get back to the system change narrative. We need to position this not as a way of like invest in something and you will have for sure impact in next year, but invest here, change mindsets, change like opinions or ways that people work, and tackle really a problem from the root. And maybe you will not see a very nice number to show to your board next year, but in 10 years you will actually see a meaningful change on how people react to that problem. So a challenge maybe will be that the system change mindset is not spread enough.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And is that then the main need if we want to introduce impact investing more in the sector, focusing on the measurements problem?
Yes, the measurement problem it's indeed a problem. Again, I'm very passionate on impact management, but that doesn't mean that we need to strive for organizations that can prove their impact after a year or after 2 years. And of course, many investors are going now to more environmental things because it's so much easier to prove. We need to also understand that sometimes impact it entails innovation, it entails disruption, it entails really long-term engagement with communities. And this you cannot have really a very core impact in a year or so. Mm-hmm. So I will say that the need for the sector is to start embracing this narrative more, And here I think that there will be many more points in common with the cultural and creative sector. Also, there are more and more positive cases. I think this is also a great repository of cases, so I'm going to definitely share this with my community. And yeah, I hope that this is also sort of like your sector helping also the impact sector to transition towards this.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thanks to you.
Also for the introduction.
Thank you, Joost. Very gallant. Thank you both, Isabel and Arnaud. A really interesting conversation, and I think lots of food for thought to think. And of course, now from finance, we go to our last tool and also a very closely related topic, which is on intellectual property rights. And I would like to invite to the stage my colleague Cyril Dubois, there he is, to present the tool to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dubravka. Good morning, everyone. So I have the difficult task to talk to you about a topic that is not easy, not the funniest, not the sexiest for creatives, intellectual property. However, intellectual property is at the heart of the creative and cultural industries. It's a question of money. It's not always a question of cost. It's a question of money because it might generate and helps to generate some businesses. Indeed, IP, in fact, is here to help to protect the creations of the mind. And the tangible expression of ideas is, in fact, the result of the creative process. However, intellectual property is of limited use in the sector. It's not easy to understand. It's a difficult topic for many. It's difficult to access IP information. The information is fragmented everywhere. So it implies that there are some challenges on valuing the intellectual property that is created and to defend intellectual property produced by the creatives. So this is one of the reasons why we have developed the tool on the platform to help you better understand the topic, better manage the topic. So what you will get, in fact, with this My Intellectual Property tool that you can find at the top of the home page of the Creatives Unite platform. You can also find it on the menu. Using the menu. In fact, firstly, you will have link to resources. Resources allowing you to better understand, to better use, to better manage the intellectual property that is created. And what is important is that the tools that we have gathered are specifically dedicated to the cultural and creative sector. And we provide access to more than 260 tools for now that are classified according to, and that you can find using a filtering system. They are classified according to 12 sectors of the area, meaning architecture, audiovisual, fashion, literature, music, etc., and one cross-sectoral sector. Tools are also tagged in order to be easily found using the type of right that is concerned, meaning either patent, trademark, copyright, or design. The type of resources that is available, is it a business case? Is it general information that helps to better understand the issues at stake? Is it training, for example? Classified also according to languages. And again, a last element that we have used to classify the topic, the tool, sorry, the IP topic, meaning enforcement, licensing, management, etc. So you use the tool in a very similar way as the So You Need For Money tool. There is a parallel between the two tools. You will find some general information regarding the different IP types at the top of the platform. So just here you have information about copyright, for example, brief information on intellectual property right. If you can click on one of the tools. No, not here, please, just before. Yes, here. Yes, please. Thank you. Yes, if we can click here. So when we click here, we have a new window that is opening, presenting generalities about, here, for example, copyright, and some more detailed information about this specific IP item. So general information to help you better tackle the topic. And you can find the tools by navigating, using the filtering system that you can find just below. Yes. So either you answer the specific question or you select what you want. So we can have a rapid check on a few examples. Let's imagine that you're looking for general information on the design and fashion sector. So then we select the sector. We go for general information. Yes, and here we select information, and here we have the result of the searching process. For example, we see that there is fashion and intellectual property, yes, here. So a kind of card explaining what this type of the resources is about, with the different tags we have used to classify the information, and a direct link to the tool. Link to the tool help us to go directly here. It's a tool from Europeana, the Europeana project. Here you have direct access to the tool. So very easy to use. So you have several filters like that. Of course, the more filtering options you will select, the less tool you will find as a result, because you will narrow the research more and more. So don't be too restrictive when you want to search for information. But, however, we can take a few more. If we are looking for copyright issues in the performing art sector, so then we select performing art in the subsector. Yes, here it is. And then the copyright in the type of intellectual property that we want to get information about. Copyright. And here again, some examples that you can find. Example, performers talk about copyright, yes. Exactly the same process. And available in different languages as well. For example, if we take a third example, we're looking for information about intellectual property in Dutch for visual arts, let's say. So visual arts as the subsector, general information as, yes, the type, and let's select the language being Dutch. So you see several options like that to find information. For example, ik ben fotograaf. Yes, I don't know if the pronunciation is correct. Isabel, correct me. I'm not fluent in Dutch, sorry. So that's some of a few examples of what you can get. Maybe an additional information, if we can come back, for example, on the type of IP rights, let's say, in the filtering system. Yes. We have some additional information. Yes, if you click here. No, sorry, just the topic, excuse me. I was not that correct. I think it's the topic. Okay, so in this filtering system, depending on the type of information that you want to select, we consider that the topic might not be clear enough. For example, if we say that we want to look for information about enforcement or management, you will find some question mark surrounded by a circle to get more information, more details about the specific items. Yes, for example, on the IP title here, but also on some other elements available in the tool. This is one part of the tool. And again, similarly to the You Need Money tool, we have also developed some resources. So at the resources level, brief information about intellectual property right, again, because we know it's a difficult topic, so to allow you to access very, very easily to general elements about intellectual property, what it is in general, the different type of IP rights existing. This is one of the resources that we have. A second type of resources is related to the quick IPR tips. You will find something similar as in the So You Need Money tool. So different IPR tips classified according to the sector. So what type of intellectual property is the most frequently used and found in the different sectors, and what some first line, let's say, advice, tips on what to do and how to manage this. The last element we have developed is the inspiring cases. So case studies, examples on how to use IP in the sector. So for the moment you have 9 IP case studies. I advise you to stay tuned. There will be some more coming, probably in the coming days. So stay tuned. So several case studies, some interesting case studies, for example, from the Learn IP project, with the IP case study, yes, and the Learn IP project. And also another one that is interesting coming from this project, one of the last one, yes. Also from the Learn IP project. So, and I invite now, would like to let you have some more information on this initiative and the case studies that we're presenting with the user's perspective experience, so how to use our tool, what are the outcomes, how to deal with that, with the experience from Miss Karindra Kuhn from this Learn IP project. So I leave the floor now to my colleague Onur and Miss Kuhn, that has been so nice to be with us today, to introduce you with some of the practices using the tools. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Cyril. Thanks a lot. Hello all, hello guys. Nice to see some old faces, familiar faces. You are all too young, definitely. And also with new faces here. Very nice to see you here in Brussels after several months and years. And now I have my gorgeous speaker, Karin, here. Maybe let's sit it's easier for us, right? Because we'll be talking about the user perspective of the tool, because Cyril explained the tool very briefly, how to use it, but Karin already uses this tool. So I just would like to ask your experiences about how you use this tool and why do you think it is unique for you? You know, we need to promote our tools, all right?
Yes, definitely. It's going to be a kind of propaganda for this tool, what we are doing now. But I have to admit, I'm an art historian from education, and I have waited for this tool for 20 years. Really, I can confirm that this tool, if I would have had it during my education as an art historian, it would have made my life much, much easier.
Okay, then now we deserve an applause, huh? Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I know it because I have coordinated this Learn IP project on intellectual property rights. We had a little other approach because we came from the vocational part, from the vocational training. And we started with this vocational training because we saw and we still see the gap that our community, our creative industries community, has to learn more about intellectual property rights to benefit from it. And benefit means not only in terms of learning and doing something with it. Benefit means financial benefit. And this is most interesting for all these people who have to live on their income in our sector, yeah? And we need this income, and intellectual property rights, they give the income. And following what Cyril said some minutes ago, you said it's such a difficult and it's not a sexy topic. It is difficult, okay, it is complex, but the deeper you dive into this topic, the more fascinating it gets in terms of what you can make out of it. So I'm really happy to have this tool, and in combination with our Learn IP tool, it's perfect for everybody, not to be trained, but also to earn something.
Exactly. I just would like to talk about your project as well, because as Cyril already showed us, like we have inspiring case studies on our tool, and actually you can learn from the case studies, you can inspire from the case studies, but we are also using this section as a cooperation tool for us, for Flip project, because like you, this is how we came across with you actually. Like there are many projects around IP for CCIs, and they can showcase their outputs by using our tool, and this is what we did with you, and this is how we came across with you. So maybe you can talk about a bit more about what Learn IP is doing. We'll be discussing more in our session later on in the afternoon, but maybe you can just give us a brief information about like what is Learn IP and how you can use this tool together with your training modules.
Yeah, first of all, Learn IP is concentrated on two subsectors of the creative industries. It is concentrating on cultural heritage, valorization of cultural heritage, intellectual property rights, and cultural tourism. So this was our focus. And we developed a training tool, which is free in access. Everybody can use it for free. And we have also collected a lot of good practices, part of the case studies. We've already learned about it, and these good practices are extremely important because they show the relevance and also what you can do with intellectual property rights. And actually, to be honest, the bad case studies would be more interesting, but unfortunately nobody talks about it. And yeah, it would be very good to have more bad case studies to learn from them.
We can learn more from them, no?
Yes, definitely, definitely.
Exactly. So thank you very much, Karin. Thanks a lot. But definitely it's not the last time that we are seeing you here on the stage. We are going to see you in our session, IP session, later on in the afternoon. And as I have the role to promote my session right now here, as you know, I took the opportunity here. Yes, during this Flip project, during these past 2 years, more than 2 years, we try to flip, let's say, transform and improve the cultural and creative industries and sectors. And now, sadly speaking, but also proudly speaking, we are coming to the end of the project, and we are now looking a bit more beyond, looking to the future. And that's why we are flipping forward now, and to our end, we'll be speaking about IP, how we can make use of IP while we are flipping forward, while we are transforming forward, transforming the CCIs forward. And with this, I'll have great speakers in the afternoon. Our gorgeous Karin will be with us. We have not that boring IP lawyer, Thomas, will be joining us. We have a creative cluster manager, Christian, with his inspiring speeches and examples, will be joining us. And also we have a musician, which will make even our session more fancy and creative. George, a talented musician with his fellow guitar, and then he can play some nice soft tunes with us. So we'll be waiting for you in our IP session. And by saying this, thank you very much once again, Karin.
Thank you as well.
And now.
So Onur has really made a really tough assignment for the rest of the colleagues. Now they have to really praise their sessions as we go on. Otherwise, everyone will be in the IP session. Okay, with this, we actually finished this part of the program. You get to take a break. I know this was like an overflow of information to everyone, but we have one small favor to ask you. So on your way to the door, we would like to ask the people who are seated, let's say, before these side screens, to just go into the second part of the room to join the other people who are already seated, or maybe also take the staircase to the gallery and just look up. There's our dear photographer who you will see. If we could just take a nice, small, quick group photo. She said to let you know when you see her lens, it means that she's taking a photo. So if you could just get up this half of the room and just go towards the second half and the staircase, and she's right here on this bridge above us. And just to say, we come back here in, let's say, 15, 20 minutes for the transformation policies, which I know is an interesting topic, so we hope it will motivate you to come back on time.
Französisch jeder da bei uns. Ja, genau. Das ist so und vielleicht, dass wir es auch erfüllen. Ja, genau. Warte, ich wollte gerade, weil das ist meins. Also nämlich nie, dass man trinkt immer einen Kaffee, mit solchen trockenen Mund. Was ist da die da an den Rand setzen? Ist jetzt mit da an den Rand. Weißt du was, dann lasse ich die Wasserflasche bei dir da und dann noch kannst du im Fall des Falles... Warte, sind einmal, die brauchen das wahrscheinlich vorher. D4. D4. Und da haben wir dann das eingeblendet, das Bild, genau, wo ein bisschen drauf ist. Und ich war unter den Klicker, weil sonst kommt man nicht. Danke. Warte, ich hole noch schnell meine Sachen. Meine Papiere. Wird es dann eigentlich auch mal so ein bisschen eine Diskussion geben, dass die Leute, haben wir nicht Zeit, haben wir dann am Nachmittag. Ah ja, genau, in den Sessions. Blödsinn, hast recht. Es stimmt, es ist. Genau. Das Einzige, was wir jetzt haben, ist, dass die krank geworden ist, die immer ja den zweiten Tisch hosten sollte. Ja. Jetzt muss ich den zweiten Tisch hosten. Ihr seid ja nicht mehr so mit rumlaufen. Kann ich nicht rumlaufen und kann auch nicht irgendwie vorkommen. Ich habe es nicht eher gefragt. Aber nicht
You see when I get up and you're
so this is, and I have the clicker already. And just go on next.
It's a kind of lab as well, but specifically for the class, we are more general.
Okay. Because she was my Slovakia. Slovakia can be years, I don't know how long it is. But she started by studying Sylvia. I don't remember her name. Black hair, quite long.
No.
Then I'm not sure if she wasn't a joint research, but she was exactly, do you know when he moved to your 2019?
Probably, yeah, before COVID. Before COVID and after COVID. Now it's like yeah, I think, but I don't know.
By the way, close to the chairs we have some water. Yeah, here's the water. Did I? No, sorry. Is the water inside? This is mine.
This is yours, sorry.
Did you drink?
No.
It's here because I
because you took this place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you want to sit here, then I'm...
No. I have no preferences.
So I decide for you.
Yes.
You sit here, I will sit here. I'm rather good in decision.
Yes, thank you. Can I kindly ask you to please sit down? We need to continue. We're running quite late with the agenda. So now we're on the topic of transformation policies, which I know is of a lot of interest to a lot of people here in the audience. And I will actually just pass on the word to my colleague, Silvia Mann, who is the Senior Policy Officer of Creative Flip Project in Forlì, Austria.
Thank you very much, Dubravka. May we have the slides for our session, please? Can you maybe go to the next slide, please? Yes. So, very warm welcome to the next session, and thank you for joining us again after the break. Now we are debating on the so-called collaborative transformation policies, and we have invited for a related policy talk. As maybe some of you already know, the Creative Flip project has also a small policy part. And in this policy part, we were working very much on a reflection on the future and came up with the concept of the collaborative transformation policies. So, in order to guide you further into this concept and in this policy approach, I would like to first present the panel to you. So, to my left, there is Aiva Rosenberger from Latvia. She was very active on higher political level, serving different Latvian presidents and being also for a while the director of the Goethe-Institut. Very warm welcome to the panel and thank you for joining us today. Then next to her, Maciej Kristofowicz from the EU Policy Lab, working quite a lot on foresight, EU foresight, and I think you are very keen on innovative policies and providing new ideas how things can be improved and changed for the better. We are also very happy to have you with us and to go ahead with the debate on our collaborative transformation policies. And then a little bit further away from me, Heidi Meisnitzer. She was already named quite often today as a very crucial and engaged person for future cultural development in Europe, and she's from the Federal Ministry of Culture in Austria, but for many, many years based in Brussels at the EU representation, and also having had the pleasure to chair 2 Austrian presidencies in the field of culture. And as also already mentioned a little bit earlier today, she was very, and still is very active in the EU expert groups, OMC, not only on working conditions, but also on international relations. Also, very warm welcome to you, and again, thank you for engaging and for joining. Myself, I was already briefly presented, so I work on transformation policies in the context of Creative Flip, but worked also quite a lot on post-pandemic effects and access to finance. Yes, I'm getting older and having many hats on my head. I will not go further on all these elements. So when we started to think about the transformation policies in the context of Flip, we were still in this pandemic context. And when we were in the pandemic, there was a lot of good and also strong emergency action, while at the same time we've seen a lot of shortcomings in the systems and problems. But at the core somehow was something which became very much short-term and reactive. And we felt in order to
to positively influence the future, it needs again a reactivation. It needs again action. There is a need to come out of the crisis mode, and the question was then how. And in this context, we developed then this format. So you see, we started with the foresight scenarios from the European Commission in order to see what is ahead of us and not to be surprised again as we were by the pandemic. So in that sense, to more concentrate also on future developments. We said then, in order to come up with better policy answers and also stronger policies, there should be some guiding elements, like that we should work based on what the scientist tells us, but also to have a stronger middle to long-term orientation. And we should be fast, because many of these challenges identified by EU Foresight are urgent. It's something which needs to be addressed now and not in 10 years. So this would also need to change our approach, how we engage all together for positive impacts and for positive change. And this brings me to the third part of the transformation policies, so that we probably need to think more ecosystemic again, and that we have to understand that we are a community of actors of change, that this change can only happen when we engage all together and not when we point to that group or to the other group, you have to move first. But how to bring these elements into practice? It's nice to have this general reflection, but afterwards we need also to find ways to make it a reality. And so policy making is always to reflect and act in view of the future. So what we experience now is already about the past. But policy making is about the future, and so we started to screen the EU Foresight scenarios, and we have provided you again here with a short overview, and we are having a specialist with us on foresight, a person who is doing nothing else the whole day than to thinking about the future. Maciej, I'm looking at you, and you are looking very pleased when I start to talk about foresight. So based on your work in EU Foresight, what would you consider the most of added value for policymakers? What is foresight able to provide?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation here. So indeed, I work on foresight, and I work foresight in the EU Policy Lab. So our big mandate is actually to innovate policymaking, to change policymaking, to make it more adapted to the challenges that we have now. And I work specifically on foresight because I think this is a kind of a discipline, a domain, a way of thinking that actually helps very much this better approach to making policies towards the future. And I think the main part of it is that, well, you can say, well, there's no experts on future, but what we try to be is really experts on making people think about the future in a more structured way. And because there are no experts of future, everyone is, and we want to bring a broad group of people. But I think there are three elements that are particularly important that actually foresight brings. And the first one is actually, this is the easiest or the most difficult at the same time, getting people to think about multiple futures. I mean, we very often talk about the future this, the future that. And we're saying, well, there is probably no the future, there are futures, there's a lot of them, and the more we explore them, the more we think about the different possible futures, the more we are actually able to grasp what are the opportunities and the challenges. So that's certainly the first thing, the many futures. The second one is the ability to actually imagine these futures. So the creative, the imaginative components. So we talk about scenarios, but more and more often we talk about imaginaries as well, as something that we need to imagine, to open up this kind of possibilities of the future, where in some conversations they can be quite limiting. And the third that I've mentioned that Foresight brings is really the participative aspect of it. So actually, to make it work, to make it useful, you have to bring a lot of different people together to discuss, to share, to exchange the different ways they view the future, they view themselves, they view the others, they view their agency. And so whatever project we have, we really bring a wide variety of people. And I'm sure you will not be surprised, but when we have a project about agriculture, we bring chefs, we bring people who organize agricultural affairs, we bring all kinds of people also from which are around the creative and the cultural sector, and they bring a lot of insights. So those three things, I would say, is what makes Foresight exciting to think about this kind of transformative futures and transformative policies.
I think you made a really important point. It's the future in plural, and this is also something which is very familiar. But at the very end, we are having often the same experience in culture. We are sitting together and doing brainstorming and discussions and debates together with scientists. So we come up with something, but this has always a reality check, because at a certain moment it goes on the political level either, and the political level is often rather short in perspective, so meaning short-term oriented, and in that sense also maybe not so interested to think about multiple futures which might impact their voters only in 10 years. What are your related experiences? What makes policymakers also on high level think longer term and engage for futures?
Can you hear me? Yes. Very honored to be here amongst you, all kinds of high-level practitioners and experts. Actually, yes, your question... hello, again. Now it works. Your question reminded me of Riga 2014 European Capital of Culture, and our title was Force Majeure. So, what role can culture play during the force majeure situations? Nowadays, we see that force majeure can happen any moment, any second, everywhere in the world. And what can we do, the creatives and the cultural sector, about it? So, to have a look at your question in a bit broader sense, I think that it's very natural, and the best way maybe to find collaborative answers to all our issues is really the best way, because politicians are human beings as well. And if you look at this like we are all human beings, then we can maybe find the best answers together. So in collaborative, co-working kind of way. Maybe a few simple examples from Latvia. One of the best gifts that was given, so to say, from political field to our country, to our children, after Latvia centenary that we celebrated in 2018, was the project called Latvian School Bag. And Latvian School Bag was aimed at our youngest audience, and actually that was the state-donated program, and still is, and will be operating in years to come, that gives children opportunity to experience culture and to make culture. Both have some knowledge of our culture canon, so to say, but at the same time to create together and to have this first-hand experience. What does, for example, contemporary culture means? So that's one thing. The other thing from the field of democracy is the project called My Voice or Mana Balss. It's a digital platform where you can come up with initiatives for legislative reforms, for some amendments, for example, in laws. And I think that's the best way both for society to have a voice in legislative process, but also from another side for politicians to understand where are those stress points in society. And the best part of it is that if you collect 10,000 signatures for some initiative, the parliament is obliged to look at it. So in that way, around 67 initiatives have been going through the parliament and had some result, either 100% positive or there was some kind of consensus made, but in a way you saw that then the parliament is not totally like away distance from the society. There are ways that still you can collaborate during that parliamentary election and post-election phase. Yeah, different kind of initiatives, but I think the main issue was in the your comment that we have to start with ourselves. And of course, I think everybody knows Da Vinci Vitruvian Man drawing. I think today, in this unstable world, we have to really see ourselves like this new kind of Vitruvian man, that we have to be both mobile physically and spiritually. We have to have balance in between openness and self-defense, between intellectual knowledge, new skills, technical skills, and kind of intuitive intelligence. So we have to combine different kind of new skills to come from I don't know, Homo confusus to Homo adaptabilis. So we have to just be proactive, to not just to stay away from words like we are confused, we don't know what do we have to do. So let's start with ourselves and then go to policy.
It's about collaboration. It's about collaboration and also the understanding that we are in a process, I think. So that is a permanent thing also of exchanging and debating. And I think this brings me back to the EU level and to Heidi. When further reflecting on these different future scenarios, we were also having first reflections on related cultural policy implications. And I think you on the EU level and in all your different functions, you have already addressed some of them, or you are in the process of going ahead with future cultural policies, debates and activities. Maybe you want to highlight some of them.
So, hello to everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation and having me here. And also, Silvia, you're doing a great job, really. And especially the publication you did, and which is highlighting the potential of transformative policy making. I would briefly refer a little bit to the challenging times we are living in, where one crisis is followed by another crisis, and this over the past 15 years, when we started with the financial crisis, then the migration, then the pandemic, then the war in the Ukraine, with all the negative impacts on society and on organizations, and now also in the Middle East. It's really not, it's difficult to be optimistic. But when I come to culture, I can be very optimistic, and I'm pleased to talk a little bit about it, because it goes also back to the 2007 when the Commission came up with the first cultural agenda. I mean, this was really a turning point, a pragmatic shift in policy making at the European level. And since then, we have the work plan for culture, you mentioned it, and this brings me also what is here now on your slides. That the Council decides on priorities and concentrates the work on jointly identified topic. And this is very essential, and it's also a change. And the Council, in addition, has a very efficient working method. Toby, the co-chair of the OMC group on working conditions, was already referring to it, the open method of coordination, where member states decide to take part on a voluntary basis and nominate experts. And so this is the basis on the Council, the strategic basis. And under the Czech presidency last year, we adopted a new work plan for culture. And it is with 4 priorities, and I can say, Sylvia, it's all on your slides. And we have also identified 21 actions, which it's difficult to have them all in mind. But the working condition was already highlighted. But also the access to culture, culture participation and democracy, very, very essential. And greening, the digital transitions will also be elaborated in specific actions. So I see it's very well reflected, and I see the challenge less that we haven't identified the right contents. I see that we have to look into our working methods. And on this, what you are working on this collaborative policy making and on co-creation. I see the challenge there.
Thank you very much, Heidi. I want to go further now. So we know, as you said, Heidi, that we know the topics to be addressed. We know that it's about multiple futures, as Mathieu pointed it out. We know that maybe we have to join forces, otherwise we will not succeed. And so therefore it's more now the question, not what, but how. And related to the how, we try to work on this collaborative ecosystem. So to understand that there are interrelations and effects into all directions, into culture, out from culture, related to these different challenges, but also opportunities. We must not only talk about the challenges, and also, of course, a lot of potential when we join forces, not only inside one sector, but also across sectors. So when publishing the transformation, the collaborative transformation policies, we were working on water culture, and what could be collaborative water culture policies. We had then also the occasion to present a follow-up paper at the UN Water Conference this year. So in that sense, how to go further and to work in an integrated way. Iva, you have already said how important this collaborative work is. But how would you see main areas to be addressed to overcome this persisting policy making in silos, so that we are not going out of our convenient kind of used framework?
Actually, it's sad to say, but common threats are the best ways for us to unite sometimes. And speaking, for example, regarding the climate change and natural disasters, we see that we somehow need quickly adapt to new situations in different sectors regarding that threat. And I think that's the best way how to change also our behavior and our ways how to collaborate. Because now we just see the first signs of disasters, what could happen, and actually would have to take this time very serious and to find answers how to adapt to these situations. So to bring together brightest minds. We had in Latvia, under the Latvian Institute, the campaign, "I want you back." It's not the quote from soap opera. It was an initiative to call back the Latvians abroad coming home, either virtually or physically, just to build our future in the best possible ways. I think that Europe also needs at this hot moment in our history, from taking the different aspects into hand, that we have to collect the brightest minds of Europeans that are spread worldwide, as I said, either physically or virtually, just to address in collaborative ways how we'll adapt. Because if we'll be flooded away, so we wouldn't need any more transformational policies in any of fields. So I think that first thing is to come together, and this has to be both European initiative, I think, maybe also partly marketing and communication initiative, but also spread it into national kind of brainstorms, how to address these situations of conflict and disasters.
But this would mean we would have a lot of momentum just right now for the common threats. I think we are not having really a lack for that, but I think we should also add common opportunities, because the future is never defined before it has happened. So in that sense, to give it also a positive note, and maybe also a mobilizing a potential related to that. And maybe it's also, again, on how we're doing partnerships. In the context of the collaborative transformation policies, we came up with something which we would call, you see it a little bit further down on the slide, horizontal partnerships, because I think many of our relations are not only in culture and cultural institutions are defined by vertical partnerships. And if we would be able to come up with something more guided by common values, missions and objectives, and to fight again against what needs to be fighted and to engage again for what needs to be engaged for, maybe we would advance better and faster. So in that sense, Maciej, this brings me back to you, because you are not from culture. So in this sense, how do you see us from outside? How would you see maybe ways of horizontal partnerships with the cultural sector?
Thank you very much. Yes, I think it's both an important thing to collaborate and a very difficult one, because you need to find a place in the way well, your place, what you can bring, what you can take, what the group can use of the different potentials that the different people have. And this is something that doesn't just happen like this. This is something that you have to learn and you have to experiment with. And so when we were preparing the follow-up to the report that Sylvia, thank you for taking it up on the scenarios for the future, we were thinking about what is the role of the EU, and of course there's the shaping role that the EU has. It actually can shape some of our reality, but there are other things it cannot shape around uncertainties and so on, and this is where it helps navigate those uncertainties, those either problems, crises, and so on. But it also should and it tries to help to orchestrate the kind of societal responses, so organize how people think about many of the things, getting them to think together. So for example, in our projects, when we actually prepare a foresight study, we also develop tools that people can actually bring the results of those studies into their communities, into their areas, and actually start working with this. And I think the interesting thing about this is that then it brings benefit to everyone. So a lot of the morning sessions were about improving the working conditions conditions in the creative and cultural sectors. And there are lots of kind of quick fixes that can be done now, and most of them are in the report around the minimum wage and issues like this. But then if we think transformatively, if we think about our future societies, we can actually imagine different business models, we can imagine different social systems, different realities that actually, could be solving some of those problems in different ways. So this is where we want to head, actually, to get people together and to think, well, we can have quick fixes for some of the problems, but mostly we are dealing with social messes, and these social messes will not go away, and we need a kind of broad range of people to actually think about this together. And then it helps everyone in the society, and we're not kind of playing one sector against the other, and so on. And I think bringing in kind of creative professionals and the culture sector. So we've worked with museums, we've worked with galleries, and so on in our thinking about the future, with speculative design, of course. And in all those areas, I think what was brought is this kind of this ability to work with creativity, and the ability to actually bring also everyone else into a kind of more creative, more open space, and within that space actually thinking of common solutions. So I think there's a kind of increasing, and there will be a big demand for this, to bring many of the things and the projects that are happening in the creative sector to the projects that are happening in other sectors, so that they can actually see where they connect.
Also to envision multiple futures and multiple realities. And so you have already involved the museums and galleries. You mentioned there's two examples. This brings me back to Heidi. Because also in your context, you are working hard for many, many years to go out of the cultural box and to be an open platform also, for example, for interaction with the ministries of economy, of social affairs, of international, etc. Would you like to share your experiences on these hopefully horizontal partnerships?
Yeah, thank you. And I can echo what has been said already previously. Of course, we have to reach out. We have to even more reach out, because we are trying it, and a lot of mainstreaming success is there, yeah, over the past year. But to convince and to find new allies in other policy areas, this needs still much more commitment, engagement, and also we have to be more courageous, yeah, and especially also female power, yeah. It's very, very important. A lot of women are working in the cultural and the creative sectors, but it's still, we have to be precise where they are working. And then I would also say that we have to look, money is, and budgets and this financial dimension, it's very important, but we have to look beyond. What are the other resources, like networking, combine experiences, yeah? But from the very beginning to start collaboration, it's more than evident that other policies, that culture can contribute to other policy sectors, but culture itself needs a lot of support from other policy area. We just experienced this in the OMC group. I mean, it's what has to be done, it's far beyond the competences of the cultural ministries. And then I would also, like Maciek is working in a foresight unit, that would be something which is needed in all our structures, on ministries level, on all governance level. Because we are stuck in day-to-day business, and there is such a pressure from outside, and so this would be something, so units, it mustn't be that big, but at least where reflection and foresight thinking can be done.
something integrated in your usual work, which has as a mission to look far and broad and cross-sectoral, and which would also then help you to go forward in that sense, and maybe to create more and more win-win situations, because I think this is also something that we need to reflect more, that we earn both. We maybe need a little bit more investment, and it needs a little bit more of communication, but you can win much more than when going your way alone. This brings me already closely to the end of this talk, because we will continue to work on the transformation policies this afternoon. We will work in international policies beyond borders, so we explore this transformation policy approach you have just seen, but in a practice and also in a participative setting. So for those who are registered or still want to come, please join us upstairs this afternoon, and we investigate that further. And for those who want to read the full transformation policies document, you have the QR code here. And I promise it's an easy-to-read document. It's more something like a longer PowerPoint presentation where you just can scroll through in a few minutes and hopefully get a lot of inspiration for your daily work, because as you have seen, you are part of the community. We are all actors of change, and only if all of us move, things will become better. Okay, thank you very much for listening, and thank you again very much to my panel.
Okay, finally my turn to sit down. Thank you, Silvia, and also all the panelists for really an interesting discussion. And we continue now with the last, I promise, section on what Flip has worked on during the last 2 years. So, as you all know, 2023 is the European Year of Skills, and in the context of Creative Flip, we have also been very active on this topic, the 3 programs you can see already here on the slide. So I would like to invite my colleagues who have been in charge of implementing these programs: Wanda Poitschke from the Goethe-Institut, Natasha Licurghiotti from European Creative Hubs Network, and Claudia Pleimauer from 3S, to join me here on the stage. Maybe a round of applause for a little bit of encouragement. Thank you. So I would first go to Wanda, and actually here's a clicker for you, because I know you have a very nice presentation. I think you just...
This turned on.
Okay, perfect. So Wanda, you have been the coordinator of the Learning Labs program, and can you tell us a little bit about what are Learning Labs?
Yes, I can. So Learning Labs, as Dubravka already mentioned, is one of our own Creative Flip programs that brings together schools and organizations from the cultural and creative sectors. So last year we invited the sector to reply to our open call and propose a workshop program that would be implemented locally in schools. So we asked them to propose workshops that bring students closer to the arts fields and creative practices, that also give them a bit of guidance of what kind of professions exist within the sector, and lastly, to also establish cooperation with the local school.
So how many were selected in the end? I think we see on the slides 15 Learning Labs in total. And what is special about this program?
Yes, so we selected 15 workshop programs, so to say, and probably our audience already wondering, so what exactly were they doing, where did that happen? So we thought we'd just give voice to our, to our program participants.
Sibiu, Romania. Animation.
Standout in Ireland, product design.
Madrid, España. Cinema. Leiria, Portugal. Música.
Budapestről érkeztem Magyarországra, a Egyesületi Audio Description. One word.
Viseu, Portugal. Cinema and animation films. Izmir, Turkey. Cultural heritage.
In Madrid, España. We're going to learn how to do a podcast.
Athena, Ilava. Cultural heritage management.
Budapesten, Magyarországon. Theater.
Beograd, Serbia. Theater and video.
Kaunas, Lietuva. Architecture. Bolzano, Italia. Art in fashion.
Athena, Elada. Theater production.
Sedogacau, Splitu. Cultural management.
So yes, we hope you get a... Well, actually, the applause is not ours, but really our facilitators who you've just seen, and also Crew Creative Hub and the Skama Films who have done these videos with us and who are amongst us today. So thank you very much. What's special about this program? Well, we are trying to bring a new kind of activities to the school, something that is not usually part of the curricula, and maybe something that the teachers couldn't really provide by themselves. So by cooperating directly with professionals from the sector, they were able to offer specific workshops, for example, on audio description was one of our topics that's probably not usually talked about at school, and was a really nice experience for both teachers and students. Further, this is not only a workshop program, at least for us. We really aim to create a network. We created a network across 11 countries, across sectors, and a network of teachers, students, sometimes parents who were involved, and of course the professionals from the sector itself. So to us that is what makes the difference, and what we think makes this program special. Lastly, we of course also try to provide some input ourselves and give some sort of training to the facilitators to include them in the Creative Flip community and make them get to know our Flip network as well.
So it wasn't just doing one workshop at a school, it was actually a much more longer process, right?
No, exactly. So as I said, we see it more as a journey. We wanted to make sure that our facilitators, first of all, get together. So this is how we brought them together in Portugal last year during our last conference. We organized a first workshop together. We talked about the program, the goals that we have for this program. We talked about the workshops that were to come, maybe opportunities, but also challenges that they would face. And of course, they were taking part in our conference here, which you can see in Porto, meeting the whole Flip community, which was an important etape for us.
And what is interesting is that this program actually started last year, 2020, so it was the European Year of Youth, and the focus was really on the students. And now in 2023, as we said, European Year of Skills, there was also actually a lot of focus on the facilitators themselves.
Yes, so there was a focus on both sides. First on the students, so they get a lot of input throughout the workshops. We just provide a few images here from different workshops across Europe, really. But for example, we had one in Portugal where they started by writing a song together, then actually producing that song, making a video that is then published on YouTube, on Spotify. There was a press conference, and everything was organized by the students, guided by our facilitators, so to say mentored, not really taught as in school, and that was the idea. But yes, on the other side, of course, we also wanted to provide some input to our facilitators, so to the professionals from the sector, and to do so, we looked a little bit at what have we done in Flip, what kind of inputs would make sense to provide to them, and we've already heard from Onur and Cyril, our colleagues this morning, that we've developed an IP tool, and we thought this would be a nice input for this program. So we actually went ahead to find a way of seeding IP knowledge in young creatives' minds. So the title that you can also read in our publication later on if you're interested. Cyril and Onur have organized train-the-trainer sessions, several sessions for our facilitators, showing them the IP tool, how it works, but also giving them some practical advice on how to relate this topic to students of all ages, which you can imagine was not a simple task. But from the feedback we have received, this was really succeeded everywhere. So they included that in their workshops at school, and yeah, we look forward to hear more from the students.
But seeing this slide, I think we wanted to draw attention also to our publication, which came out as a result of this program.
Yes, so this is part of our publication, and while today there's not that much time to actually really show you and explain in detail the whole program, we have documented this quite well, so we think. So there's this digital publication that you can find on our website or through this QR code if you are interested. But we have also produced a not so short documentary about this program. So thanks again here as well to Crew Creative Hub and Escama Films, who have supported us throughout a whole year, filming in different locations, following us on workshops and many different places to put this together. And on this note, when you're going on your lunch break later, have a look around. There are 2 big monitors in the catering area and also upstairs in the mezzanine, where we'll play this documentary for you. So if you're interested, stop by with your coffee and check in.
Thank you very much, Wanda. So now we go to our next program, the Twin Hubs. Yes, and my colleague Natasha from European Creative Hubs Network. Maybe you can put already the next slide. Yes, so Natasha, you were in charge of coordinating the Twin Hubs program. Can you tell us what this program is?
So Twin Hubs is a blended mobility program. It was launched in October 2022. And it concluded at the end of this October, so it lasted for a whole year. The idea behind the Twin Hubs was based on the sister cities model, and the goal was to facilitate the exchange of best practices between creative hubs, and to build up new and sustainable partnerships. We received almost 70 applications across Europe and EU neighboring countries, and the applicants had the chance to either pre-match or to request matching support from project team. And while we were matching and evaluating the applications, we took into consideration factors such as the field of interest, their location, their expectations, and we ended up to 23 pairings. It's twinning enabled for hub representatives to exchange both online and in person. So that was one hub manager and one hub member.
So actually, that's my question. Next question to you. We already had the peer-to-peer exchange in the first round of Flip. So how was this one different from the previous rounds?
Yes, so like I mentioned earlier, one of the main objectives was to foster the development of long-term partnerships. So this time around, The peer-to-peer approach gave an emphasis on extending the duration of the program so that we can give the opportunity to the beneficiaries to get more actively involved. And the second difference was that the hub managers had the opportunity to select a member of their hub community and involve them in all the activities.
And you also mentioned it's a blended mobility program. What does that actually entail?
So what we mean with blended mobility is a mix of online meetings, community exchanges, and traditional peer-to-peer exchange of hub managers. We structure the program in 4 stages, kicking off with a twinning ceremony that was held in Porto during the Bautopia and Creative Flip conference. The goal was to start a bonding process. So in there, the hub managers presented their hubs, their activities, and they shared some first thoughts on the topics that are going to work throughout the year. Then we continued with the online exchanges. We asked the participants to meet monthly or bi-monthly and exchange practices, knowledge, and start working on the next stages, which was the physical exchanges and the final event. So the participants traveled to their mats, and they worked closely together for 5 days. At the same time, they planned activities with other relevant stakeholders outside the hub. And the program concluded with the implementation of a final community event where they have the flexibility to either organize an internal event, a closed one, only for the community, or a public one and showcase the results of their collaboration.
And you mentioned that each twinning actually had the opportunity to choose the topic of their exchange. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about which topics they covered.
So depending on their field of interest, the participants covered a range of diverse and very interesting topics. I will share a few examples with you while showing some photos from exchanges and final events. Yeah. Here is Tinderbox Collective working together with DCGR, Cultural Organization. They explored collaboration among dancers, musicians, creative technologies and their local communities. And the goal was to increase awareness of working in participatory and community settings. Then here is Fab Lab, and together with the making rooms, they organized a 5-day workshop on digital fabrication and microelectronics addressed to students. Sorry. Here is on-off and for. During their final events, they developed guidelines and good practices with the goal to reduce the environmental impact of collaborative workspaces. And here is a photo from the final event that happened in Culture Hub Croatia, which They organized, together with the Steel, they facilitated the discussion on the theme of empowering women in culture.
And so, as just last question, what is the feedback from Creative Hubs on this experience?
We had really positive feedback from our participants. In the feedback report, 90% of them told that they would like to continue and follow up on the collaboration with their MATs. So we are really happy with the results.
Thank you, Natasha. Okay, so now we go back a bit more to the EU policy level. Mentioning, as I said, the European Year of Skills. I forgot to mention that Creative Flip as a project is a signatory of the Pact for Skills and also a member of the large-scale skills partnership for culture and creative sector. Now with Claudia, we'll talk about the topic of categorizing culture and creative sectors, occupations and skills. So Claudia, you love talking about problems that people never knew they had.
Thank you very much for this lovely introduction. Well, if you look at the international systems that are in place to categorize occupations, skills, or economic activities, these do not highlight cultural and creative content. Actually, this sort of content can be found scattered all over these taxonomies.
And that's a problem.
Well, one consequence is that since this information is neither highlighted nor clustered in any suggestive manner that allows systematic access, let's say from the view of, for example, heritage or visual art or archives, this information is difficult to find and to access. Let's look at ESCO. ESCO has more than 3,000 occupations, and of these, around 320 are cultural and creative ones, clearly cultural and creative ones. Another 50 occupations are sort of borderline cases. But to access these systematically, you have to rely on ISCO, which is an international standard classification that is organized in a manner that is not tailored towards the needs of the CCS. So you find occupations like, I have to cheat now, artistic director or commercial art gallery manager, and suggestive titles like professional service managers, not elsewhere classified. So that's not very user-friendly. And sorry, one more sentence. The other thing that is a problem, since these occupations are not clustered under domains, there's also no generally agreed way of how to add up information that has been collected at the level of specific occupations. So I have the suspicion that every researcher has his own way of adding up this information.
But there are international frameworks for defining the scope of CCS, at least for ISCO and NACE, namely the one used by Eurostat.
Well, yes, there's a framework in place, and you can look up the details in Eurostat's guide for cultural statistics, or in the final report of the European Statistical System Network on Culture. There you can find a characterization of what constitutes a cultural creative occupation. There is also metrics specifying for every domain which occupational activities are relevant for the different functions. And there's also a table listing for the whole of the CCS, which ISCO and NACE codes are regarded fully or partly relevant by Eurostat. But the problem is this information is not connected, so there's no connection between the level of the domains and the level of the ISCO and the NACE codes. And the other problem is ISCO and NACE is not detailed enough to allow for distinction between relevant and irrelevant units in all cases.
So we get some very funny examples where some occupations which we think are totally cultural don't belong under that group.
Yes, for example, I guess there are a few cultural policy managers amongst us here.
I think more than few.
Well, you are embedded in an ISCO unit group that is not even considered relevant by Eurostat.
So your jobs don't count into cultural employment, just so you know. So I hope you're not going to show an Excel table. We don't have a presentation, but...
well, you uploaded it on the flip page to make me stop talking about it. But what we did is in Creative Flip, you can download it from the web page, an Excel table where we really try to specify for every domain which ISCO unit group and which ESCO occupation is fully or partly relevant. And with this, we hope to create a tool that enhances the visibility and the accessibility of cultural creative content in these classifications.
And for people who don't like ESCO, just to point out that we have also joined forces with other projects working on this topic, namely Charter, Cyanotypes, INCREAS, and several others. We've actually jointly compiled recommendations aimed at the European Commission and ESCO.
Yes, but to come back to the topic of classification, there will be a parallel session dedicated to this topic in the afternoon as well, called Categorizing CCS. And actually, I'm quite pleased to see that a few people signed up for this one.
Are you sure? Well, we'll see at 2 o'clock, but yes, I am sure. So all the publications, documents that Claudia has talked about are already available on our website, and you can check it out through this link. And actually, before we finish this assignment, maybe just Wanda wanted to, and Natasha wanted to announce their parallel session.
Yeah, this is working. Since all our colleagues took the opportunity, we should do so too. We are really happy because we have 8 of our facilitators of both learning labs and twin hubs who are proposing parallel sessions this afternoon. They are all quite interactive sessions on cross-cutting topics related to cultural and creative activities. So there is a topic on social inclusion with Marton and Agnes. There is a topic on, you want to jump in?
Fashion and sustainability greening with Tessa. And Pauline, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes, then there are Fabi and Javier who are going to facilitate a session on makers' practices and education.
And unexpected partnerships from Tinderbox Collective with Jack, Jed, and Claire, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think these are very interesting and actually very interactive topics. So on some of them you will listen to music, and some of them you'll actually be asked to do some bricolage. So if you're really creative in your soul, we suggest you come to the campfire sessions. Thank you very much to our colleagues. I think you can now leave while I announce our last speaker for this morning. This is Catherine Ball, and I will now read her official biography. So Catherine Ball is a habitat for fungi and bacteria located on planet Earth. Their artistic interventions practice the art of living on a damaged planet and reimagine the infrastructure of everyday life. Catherine is a Master of Fine Arts in Social Practice from Portland State University, a Master of Environmental Management from Yale University of the Environment, and studied at the School of Walls and Space at the Royal Danish Academy of Fine Arts in Copenhagen. They were involved in working with interdisciplinary teams to build water filtration systems, and I think Catherine will tell us more about it in her presentation. So someone who is really an artist working across boundaries, working across sectors. Thank you.
Thanks. Perfect. All right. I wanted to just start by thanking Dubravka, as well as Eveline and Isabel and Wanda of Creative Flip, who invited me to come here and talk. And I'm here today to talk with you about what is possible when we work interdisciplinarily and step out of the comfort zones of our own sector. Today I'm going to show the value of working together and the benefits to the worlds of art, science, innovation, and public agency that interdisciplinary projects can create. I'm going to show today 2 projects that I've worked on with interdisciplinary teams. The first is a water filtration and infiltration project at Floating University Berlin. I'll mainly talk about the work that we did in 2018, but the project still exists today and I'm still involved. And then I will also talk about a rainwater filtration system that I helped construct at Time Lab in Ghent, Belgium. So Floating University Berlin, which you see here, is a nature culture learning site located in the polluted rainwater basin of the former Tempelhof Airport. It was initiated in 2018 by Ramlabor Berlin Architects, and currently it's run by the Floating EV Association. I was on the original team that initiated it, and I'm also a member of the association. We're over 50 people that care for and maintain and run programs in this unique site. This is where Floating University Berlin is located, and it receives the runoff from the former Tempelhofer airport, as well as from a portion of Columbia Dam Road, which is quite a busy road and brings in quite a fair amount of pollution, and also part of the Bergman-Kiez neighborhood. 2 important things to know about Floating University is that the basin water level fluctuates. When it rains, the basin can flood, and when it hasn't rained for a while, like in Berlin, we've had a drought for the past few years, and you can see the effect. The water level drops dramatically. And also the architecture in the basin fluctuates. Here's the architecture we have currently in 2023, and you can also see that the water level is dramatically different. This means that sometimes when it floods, all the furniture of the architecture will be floating around in the basin and we have to go catch it. Okay, and then the second thing to know is that Floating University is a place to get involved. We have many participatory public programs. Here you see an image from our Climate Care Festival, which happens biannually. It's a festival in which we look at climate change through the lens of care. Within our association, there are many program directors who run their own programs like Climate Care, and also we have a form on our website in which people can write, hey, I would like to use Floating University to do such and such activity or program, and then we see if we can accommodate these outside programs, and so it's also a venue. And this is pretty unique because it would be difficult to write to a museum in Berlin and say, hey, can I use your gallery? Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the water filtration systems that we built in 2018. And we constructed water filtration systems at every possible avenue, working with the black water, the gray water, and also transforming rainwater into basin water. Here you can see Florian Schernemann, who's one of the architects who started Floating University, pumping a giant water wheel to bring water from the basin up to the top of the water laboratory. This is the tower in which we had one filtration system was a spiral bathtubs filled with different filtration media. And I just want to highlight here that we worked with a big interdisciplinary team of architects, artists, curators, scientists, students, neighbors, even children are working in Floating University and our kids' university in different capacities. And these are a few people who helped with the system, but the list goes far longer than I can include on the slide. This is an image looking down through the bathtubs that spiral around the staircase in the water laboratory. And the first bathtub, there were 9 bathtubs in total. The first 5 bathtubs were filtering water from the basin water. And then the second, 4th bathtubs were filtering gray water from washing dishes in our spoelkusche or washing kitchen. And the first bathtub is a sand biofilm filter in which a community of microorganisms live in the sand. It's a substrate and they form a goo which sticks them to the sand and filter biologically the different pollution in the water or nutrients. The second bathtub is filled with activated carbon, which through a process called absorption, it filters out pesticides, chemicals, heavy metals, some medications, PCBs, PFAS, and organic matter. Organic carbon has, in one particle, there can be more than 6 trillion pores, which are formed through a structural disorder. It's disordered but not disorganized. And this is formed by heating carbon with steam to a high temperature of 600 degrees Celsius. The next bathtub is filled with halophytic plants. It's a wetland plant filter. And these plants remove organic matter, nutrients, metals, as well as they can filter out pathogens to some extent. The next bathtub is a mushroom mycelium filter. Mycelium is the vegetative organ of fungi, so this thread-like meshwork removes nutrients, bacteria, chemicals, and also sequesters heavy metals. It breaks down, except for the heavy metals, it breaks down these things into usable building blocks for life. In the middle of the bathtubs, we had our washing kitchen for washing dishes. So in our public programs, every day, we're cooking lunch for around 80 to 100 people. And in this system, everybody would collectively wash their dishes, and it reuses the water, so we were able to wash dishes for this amount of people with just 20 liters of water per day. And then it would filter through a series of bathtubs, like I just explained for the basin water, but another version for the dishwashing water. And at the very end, we constructed a moving bed reactor, which is filtering the water in an aerobic environment, so an aerated environment with aerobic bacteria. And this is important because aerobic bacteria, it has more robust metabolic reactions than anaerobic bacteria. And at the very end, with our dishwashing water, we were able to irrigate the tomatoes that were growing in our greenhouse. We were growing 35 varieties of tomatoes from around the world in our greenhouse. And one thing I want to talk about is that all of these things were made through public workshops. So this is a workshop with Erwin Nolde, who we built the moving bed reactor with during our Open Weeks program. Also the Design for the Living World course, which is a design course based at HFBK in Hamburg. Participated in building the moving bed reactor and also visited the larger scale moving bed reactor Erwin Nolde has been running in Berlin for 15 years now. And also the bathtub filtration system was built with students from TU during a public workshop. So all of this is about how can we share and democratize and make these innovative infrastructures open source and really try to encourage people to think not just about replicating our designs, but to be inspired to make their own designs and think about how we can reimagine how we can continue to live together in the 21st century and make our own infrastructure. The last filtration system that I want to talk about at Floating University was a membrane filter that we worked with building it with Martin Membranes. It was also a prototype for them. in which we were able to turn rainwater that we caught on the roof of the laboratory into drinking water. And also this was the water that we used to wash the dishes in the kitchen. Okay, the last project that I'm going to talk about is a rainwater filtration system that I helped construct and design and explain at Time Lab in Ghent, Belgium. And so this system enables people who come to visit the Art Center to be able to drink the rainwater that lands on the roof of the Art Center inside of one of the exhibition spaces called the Water Lab. One thing I want to highlight is that the system is unique because it's publicly visible, it's on display, and also it's understandable. There's a whole series of icons which you'll see throughout the rest of the presentation, as well as a 25-page document explaining what all the different parts are, how much it costs, the whole mechanism by which it works, again with this idea of sharing things in an open source way. And really, as an artist, I'm a bit of a storyteller, bridging these worlds between the water utility that we worked with, the water engineering company, the electrician and contractor that we worked with, the interior design company that we worked with. So again, it was built with an interdisciplinary team. And it's unique that this is shared with the public. Even the water tests that we make publicly available. And I want to just show this. A lot of people ask, how is this art? And I want to show a photo of this pre-existing part of the water system that was at Time Lab before I came there. And you can see that the way this was built, it wasn't really considered aesthetically. It's also located in a utility closet. It's not on public display. And it's really not understandable. It's like, I don't know what's going on there, you know? These are some of the people that were on the interdisciplinary team, which I also already mentioned before. And I just wanted to highlight that element before I explain how it works. And so this is Kurt Delanterre, who's part of Water Genius, the water filtration company that we worked with, as well as Shabi Chabala, who is an electrician and made the whole water system possible, that it goes through the building and functions with everything in the building. And also Tom Vanderlemare, who's part of Ferry's water utility, who did the water testing with Bart de Gusume. So the way the system works is when it rains on Time Lab, which is amazing, you can see the roofs covered with solar panels. The director was very visionary about having the whole place powered on renewable energy as well as capturing the rainwater. And it goes into this cistern, which is 7,500 liters. And then you can see this blue line painted on the floor. So we marked everywhere that the water pipes flow throughout the building. So the water is piped through the building, through the Time Lab eatery. And the dark blue water line, this is showing where the unfiltered rainwater goes. And here you can see two medium blue lines. This is showing where the filtered rainwater is flowing to. The first thing it enters is the blue pressure tank, which you can see, which pressurizes the whole system. And then it kind of goes up and over where two imaginary future doors will be. Into the first filter, which is an activated carbon and limestone remineralization filter. I already talked a bit about what activated carbon can absorb out of the water, and this specific filter removes anything that is bigger than 50 microns. And just to give you a concept of scale, so the diameter of human hair, one piece of human hair is like 75 microns, and bacteria is typically around the size of 1 micron. The second stage in this filter is limestone remineralization. So rainwater typically has very little minerals in it, which means that it has a very unstable pH and can corrode pipes. So the remineralization adds mainly calcium to the water, which makes the pH more stable. So if an acid or a base enters the water, it doesn't really react. It makes the water like pretty chill, and this protects the pipes. The next stage is a UV light, which destroys microorganisms' ability to reproduce by destroying or damaging their DNA, produces something in their DNA called a pyramid dimer, in which the helix of DNA doesn't bond across to each other, but there's instead a loop where the same strand of DNA is bonding to itself.
After this, the rainwater has become sanitary rainwater, which means it's not drinkable yet, but it can be used for all sorts of purposes, like washing your hands, flushing the toilet, taking a shower, washing the laundry. And from here, the sanitary rainwater goes to the water collectors, which transport the sanitary rainwater throughout the building. And we labeled here where the different locations that it goes to, and also you can follow the path on the floor through the pipes of the building to see where it goes. Here, for example, you can see the rainwater going to the toilet and the sink and the cafe and the time-lab eatery, and also to the laundry machine. And to transform the rainwater into drinking water, there's another step two other steps that happened. The third filter is an ultrafiltration membrane and extruded activated carbon. This activated carbon is it's like a block. It's been extruded or compressed, and it removes anything larger than 0.5 micrometers. So we go from 50 micrometers to 0.5 micrometers. And it also is dipped in nanosilver, which inhibits the growth and reproduction of microorganisms. And then at the top, this kind of U-shaped structure, this is to symbolize the membrane that's at the top, which are looking like a bunch of white spaghetti-like straws, which form a maze that have small pores that the water can find its way through, but anything larger than 0.1 microns gets trapped inside. And again, bacteria is around the size of 1 micron, most bacteria. And the last filter is a reverse osmosis filter, and this filter has a semi-permeable membrane whose pores are 0.0001 microns. And viruses, for example, are just smaller than 0.1 microns. So this is pretty much applying pressure against the natural flow that water would move through osmosis to push almost pure water through, like as little contaminants as possible. This is the best technology that exists right now. And from here, there's a sink in which both qualities of water are available, the sanitary rainwater and the drinking water. And people can come in and fill up a glass or wash their hands, or the sink is fully functional. And then you can see on the right-hand side of this image, we also test the water with Ferries, the water utility, and make these tests publicly accessible. There's also a database which you can access online. And this is just a picture of some of the team that helped make the whole system, and that's the end of my presentation.
Dear Catherine, thank you very much. I don't know, does this filtration system make us hungry or not? But in any case, it's really lunchtime. And with this, I would like to say goodbye to our online audience. Unfortunately, the parallel sessions are only taking place in person. But we will continue online with the live stream at 4 o'clock with the keynote speech by Kirsten Dunlop from the Climate Kick, and then the final panel session. So for the audience online, join us back at the Creative Flip website, live stream at 4 o'clock. For the rest of you here, before we break for lunch, I just wanted to can we go back to the presentation? Yes, perfect. So here is just a very brief overview of all the parallel sessions. I think in general, all of you have on the other side of your badge the marking of where you're designated to go based on what you've selected during registration or based on availability, because unfortunately not all rooms are same size and can accept everyone. But you are, of course, allowed to change your mind if, for instance, ONU really persuaded you that IP is the topic that you really want to know about. The only limits are, of course, available spaces. So people who have registered have, let's say, a slight advantage to take the first chairs. But in the end, hey, it's first come, first served. We start at, 2 o'clock, and so I suggest you enjoy your lunch and then hurry on to your parallel session to make sure you save your spot. Final thing, sorry, I didn't say where. Campfires, well, it says, meet here in the plenary. IP is just actually the other side of this vestiaire. And the other 3 sessions, this is how we work, categories in CCS and transformation policies are all upstairs, and you will see the signs and markings on the doors. So enjoy lunch and see you at 2 o'clock.
Okay, everyone take your seats, please. We are about to start. Thank you. Wow, so many people still. It's a good sign. There's still some commotion. I wait. Okay, let's start. We have reached almost the end of this beautiful conference. We have reached the last segment. And my name is Nico Degenkolb. I work at the Goethe-Institut head office in Munich in the field of creative sector and industries, programming and training. And I have the honor to facilitate this last panel and keynote in the next hour. Well, I just went through some workshops and it was really great what I have witnessed, really some deep dives into IP, working condition of creators, but also a lot of music was made, at least in 2 workshops I have attended, so it's really what this characterizes this sector, I think. And now we are zooming out a bit again, beyond the sector, beyond boundaries. Ideas for the Future is the title of this last segment. And what we are about to do is discover the creative sector's potential to shape the transformations ahead of us. And you all know what I'm speaking about, the green transition, digital transition, social changes. And we will ask the question what the sector also needs to live up to this potential. We are about to hear a keynote, followed by a panel with distinguished creatives, policymakers, sector representatives, and 2 representatives from 2 major European innovation ecosystems, from the EIT Climate Kick and the newly founded EIT Culture and Creativity. And we will start with Kirsten Dunlop, who we are really honored to welcome today, the Chief Executive Officer at EIT Climate Kick, Europe's largest public-private partnership focused on climate innovation. So please, a roaring applause to Kirsten. The floor is yours. Thank you.
I like the idea of a roaring applause. That's rather exciting. Okay, now let me just, hang on a second. Let's get rid of the fashion accoutrements that are not going to work and check that this works. Do I need to point it somewhere? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for coming to the end of a session and being here. I have the privilege of speaking about this topic that I personally care passionately about and professionally care passionately about. And because it's a topic that I care passionately about, 2 things are likely to happen. I have quite a lot to talk about and I tend to speak a little fast. So if it is getting overexcited, please just wave and I will slow down. A little bit of explanation of where I'm speaking from. EIT Climate Kick is Europe's foremost climate innovation agency and community. Very, very important for the identity of the KICs. We are positioned, our value proposition is about bridging a very messy gap between the commitments that the world has made, is making, needs to make, to changing the ways in which we live and where we are now. And our focus is on really complex, difficult change. The reason why I describe it as messy is because that implementation gap is horribly messy, and particularly in areas where it is just not easy to simply find solutions, line them up in order, fund them, and press go, and the world will magically change. Areas like changing whole cities at a time, really shifting our land use practices, looking at core materials, and so on. As a result of doing this work over the last 13 years, we have built up to the point of being in a position to orchestrate one of Europe's 5 missions. We work, in fact, on 4 of the 5, but we lead the Net Zero Cities platform, which is implementing the cities mission. And that in Europe represents a very big deal, and I'm framing this because it's something that I want you to keep in mind as I go through the rest of this presentation. This is a huge prototype for the world. It is still the boldest commitment to large-scale climate transformation anywhere in the world, because 112 cities that represent 12% of Europe's population decarbonizing by in 7 years has not been done. And we do not have a roadmap, neat roadmap, for making it possible. So it requires a significant stretch of innovation and imagination. And that is really why I want to talk about joining forces, why it matters so very much for us to get right, the kind of partnerships that we are extremely proud to already have agreed and now take forward with KIC Culture and Creativity as the new EIT KIC, community working on innovation, creativity, and above all, the transformation of people, human transformation. So, this presentation is about 2 things. How do we do something that at the moment, mathematically, logically, is not possible? That everybody is telling us, when we get to the detail, that can't be done. How do we take a leap of imagination and of possibility that actually wrests the future into the present and makes something discontinuously different possible? And if you think of our 112 cities that are in this prototyping effort of Europe's commitment to showing to itself and to the world what transformative, just, sustainable, equitable transformation looks like, and imagine that we're talking about something that is discontinuously different, that is the point of joining forces. How do we do that? And how do we do it in such a way that it captures hearts and minds? I'm going to give a little snapshot of why does it matter so much for us to partner and to join forces. And these are 3 or 4 elements. You may know, you may be living with the anxiety that I'm living with, but I want to just make sure we are departing from the same baseline. We talk about 1.5 degrees. We are already at 1.5 degrees in undistributed ways around the planet. So that means that we are on track now for 3 to 4 degrees, 3 degrees at least by 2045 is the latest numbers from last week, not 2050. 3 degrees overall means 5 degrees on land and 8 degrees in cities. Now please just keep that in mind. For us to avoid that, we have to do something that looks like this. Just keep the visual image in your mind. It is so different, so dramatically not what we have been doing so far, that it would require us to shift so much in terms of our mental models, our practices, our governance, our decision-making, and our financing. And our alternative is this. That is the UN's design or plan mapping for what the world looks like at 4 degrees. Where it's green, you will see areas of the world that still produce food, have the capability to produce food. Think about who is currently driving conflict zones in where those areas are green. One of the UN's backup plans is to create a global food commons around those green areas in order to feed the rest of the world. And their biggest fear is that those who currently own that land will wall them off. The rest that is grey or brown is uninhabitable but useful for energy production. So we are choosing on a daily basis between where we are now and this. And it really has a set of consequences that we have not fully thought through, also in terms of the way in which we think about the transformation of cities. We are not talking about a few 100,000 migrants, we're talking about hundreds of millions of refugees. Europe's concerns about migration are going to disappear in a relative, ridiculous confrontation with the scale of transformation we're dealing with. And we have, a little bit too slowly and too late, realized that the entanglement of emissions and warming with biodiversity and with species and the ongoing preservation of species matters. These are deeply intertwined, and our solutions lie in trying to regenerate, not just reduce emissions and focus on energy transition, but genuinely regenerate a world that we have failed to understand as something symbiotic, interdependent, and deeply interdependent with us. And we are needing to do this, and we will need to do this, not in the extended present of assuming that life as usual more or less goes along, but in a context of increasing and growing disruption and uncertainty and volatility, as we already see. But I think when I listen to the discussions of the work that we are doing, it is still not really landed, that the world is not just going to be like the last 10 years rolled forward. Maybe another pandemic, maybe another thing, but something like that happening so frequently, so constantly, that personal resilience becomes really difficult. Collective resilience becomes difficult. The thing that we are in a race against is despair. And that's why I want to talk about what it means to partner between those working on climate action, environmental regeneration, social transformation, economic transformation, and culture and creativity. The creative industries, the creative arts, the world of the field of cultural practice and cultural action. Now, I'm going to take a practitioner's view. This is not the technicalities, and this is not the technical sense of this is where you would want to see creative industries plugged into emissions reductions, this is how you would want to see the entire sector plugged in. This is a view from the field of changing cities, of patiently orchestrating ministries to come together, to take decisions together, to hold a space for experimental action together, of working with farming communities, working with coal transition. This is looking from the ground up. What do I need? What do we need? How would we desperately love to partner? Let me start with this. Mindsets and identity. If there is one structural, paradigmatic difference that we would need to bring about in the next decade, it is to change our roots. Our ways of seeing ourselves separate from, with dominion over, the world in which we live. And to fully, genuinely ingest or relearn what does it mean to be part of and dependent upon. That is a huge identity shift. Subtle, structural, deep, profound. It would need to be re-educated in every single textbook. And it's remarkable how persistent that model is. The second, on mindsets and identity, we managed, just prior to the Industrial Revolution, to pull apart science and art, to separate the world of logic and rhetoric, to create a world of efficiency, productivity, industrialization, mechanistic, and to leave the world of arts to the edge, to its own preserve. Important, but different. And we desperately need to reintegrate. This is a picture from a world in which those two things were totally intertwined, where the way in which governance was designed and decision-making was structured and power was managed was completely integrated in an understanding of forming cultural norms, capturing imagination, and sustaining narratives over hundreds of years to support economic, social, and political stability and change. We have not relearned to do that, and we need it now. And we need it to help ourselves tackle some of the really big paradigm shifts that we're going to have to go after. Foremost amongst which is what we have taught ourselves in terms of the way in which we think about productive human activity, value generated from it, rights over it, and extractive growth and consumption. This is the single greatest challenge that we would need to unwind. And we're not going to do that rationally, nor are we going to do it logically until it's too late. Logically, probably the maths begins to add up. We can do it imaginatively. We can recast the meaning around what does it mean to live, for example, with sufficiency. To do something like what we have done as a species in the past, to create norms and meaning frames and narratives and structures around the meaningfulness, the value, the importance and the significance of living according to different paradigms. And we need this really urgently. It's long, subtle, slow, difficult change. It will only be done in partnership with culture and creative industries. We need to get to the point where that's a norm, where we understand that the way in which our productive activity is entangled with the environment is a world of responsibility and of giving back. And something needs to take us there, and it is not going to be our rational brains. So there is an element here of how do we learn to use what we can see in front of us, and in particular, really start to learn from tutors and teachers that are around us, particularly in terms of regeneration, acquiring new understandings and new meanings on what does it mean to partner with nature, to be part of nature, to work with nature, to collaborate with nature, to create ways of living. The biggest paradigm difference for Europe and for the global north is to work out how to live well with less energy, less materials, and less resources. Because we have to shift demand, our own demand for rapacious lifestyles that we cannot afford. And it's not a loss. Actually, it's immensely generative and creative if we can recast it in those terms. And then that leads me to habits and practices. This is a rave festival and its aftermath. You could type this in for what happens in the textile industry with the enormous amounts of clothes that go into landfill because of a business model that is fundamentally wired for extractive growth and no responsibility. How does culture and creative industries change not just the norms, but the habits and practices that we've almost forgotten to notice? The ways in which we drop rubbish as we walk past. I grew up in Australia. I grew up with a campaign that was called Clean Up Australia. There wasn't a single television channel, metro, bus stop, everything that didn't drum into you, pick your rubbish up. And I remember when I moved to Europe, and I had these kind of physical body reactions going to festivals and just watching people drop rubbish on the floor. I realized it had been baked into my soul that you put rubbish in a bin and you sort it. So there are ways in which we can train habits and practices, but they require ways of training mindsets and training norms, which is the work of the professions that are gathered here. Then there's the question of how are the culture and creative industries baked into and fed into the habits and practices of a world baked on wealth as an indicator of well-being and consumption as an indicator of productive well-being. Advertising is driving an ongoing investment in consumption in every single way. If you start to calculate the emissions of advertising, how do you really begin to shift dramatically the way in which artistic, creative, generative activity to support the appetite to buy shifts into something fundamentally different and shifts habits and practices to different norms and different sense of mindsets and identity? That's a huge possibility. Then there's the question of the habit and practice of innovation. We still are very attached to the idea of innovation as a hero's journey. Individual technology, fantastic, picks up capital, grows in the market, goes out, the market will invest in it, and we will change the world. It's not working. For a start, it's still dependent upon a set of market economics that are a root cause problem, but it's also not working because these things don't join up, which is why the missions matter so much in a European context and many other aspects of the Green Deal, because they are asking for something fundamentally integrated. But above all, what they are implicitly asking for is a leap of faith in hearts of minds. To They don't need to look the way they look. They don't need incremental change, some cladding, some solar panels, a little bit of wind. They could look fundamentally different if we taught ourselves that that was the aspiration. And if we created space in our minds for that kind of aspiration, because once we've got space in our minds, we start to acquire space in our habits, our practices, our ways of asking, our ways of norming. And of course, that is the point of the Bauhaus, and it is wonderful for me when I go around, for example, in the US, and explain that in Europe there is actually this thing that has the word beautiful in it. And there's a sort of a, okay, how does that make money? Yes, it does actually make money. Look at the biggest brands in Europe, and they are brand-built creative industry brands. What hasn't been done is to pull it together with construction and transport and mobility and waste and plastic. So there's a huge opportunity. Institutions. Institutions in the cultural world have an enormous role to play in changing the way in which we understand the past, the present, and the future. They have a role to play in raising awareness, in starting and framing dialogue, in hosting dialogue. But those institutions can, in turn, also be involved and caught up in the same challenge. So how do we think about working together in the institutional shifts associated with actually acknowledging how much continues to be spent on the core challenges, the core drivers of the problem that we are trying to face, and really, really understand and unpick how does that set of vested interests continue to norm itself into acceptability. We still have the biggest banks funding massive amounts of fossil fuels. We are still subsidizing fossil fuels in Europe. And we know it's like if you do the immunity to change exercise, you want to change, you've got your foot on the accelerator while your other foot is firmly on the brake, making sure that life doesn't get too uncomfortably different. And that is exactly what continues to go on. How do we join forces to do something about this? Part of that is also to do with the way in which we think about different governance structures. I had the privilege to be involved in the Voices of Culture report and process recently with the Goethe-Institut, and one of the things that came through so beautifully was an innate capacity to work in polycentric forms, in decision-making, in community-based action that is so natural in so many aspects of the creative industries and arts that is not natural in other aspects of the way in which we think about institutional governance. And it needs to become so. So how would we partner around that? And how would we partner in the way in which we use some of the core institutions of law to change our underlying operating system? This is the beginnings of inscribing the rules of the rights of nature into human rights law. But that requires a way of understanding how do we contract around that? How do you socially contract with nature? What does that look like? It's going to need mindset shifts, imagination shifts, ways of understanding meaning, and that comes before we find the technical solutions. And that leads me to capabilities. The power of partnering addresses structurally different skills, mindsets, and capabilities to bring into being a world that is much more interdependent, much more collaborative, much more networked, much more distributed, much more resilient, much more modular. When we say circular economy, we focus on circularity as a technical solve to keep materials going. We haven't really understood the economics of that, or really unpacked them, but most importantly, we haven't actually started to build the mindsets and skills and capabilities for working in continual value transfer, accrual, exchange, and constantly running. We tend to think in linear outcomes. We've trained ourselves for linear efficiencies. We think in compartments. This is a complete reshift. We genuinely have to train ourselves for exaptive practices. What does it mean to live, work, do business, make money, generate value, give back to the world, regenerate, and produce well-being in complex, adaptive circumstances as the norm, as a feature, not as a bug? And that requires a different set of skills, of capabilities, of ways of being. I love Italo Calvino's memos for the next millennium because they capture so much of what I watch some of the deftest leaders in city contexts actually bring to the table. lightness, quickness, exactitude, visibility, multiplicity, the deftness of dancing with change, with uncertainty, with volatility, with emotions. This is the mayor of Leuven, one of the most skilled practitioners of working with communities in different contexts and dancing with the uncertainty and volatility of embracing complex change. But he, like everyone else working in European cities trying to go on this journey, are facing an enormous challenge. How do you turn anger, resentment, fear into generative possibility? What makes that possible? It's a huge difference in the way in which we think about how we educate. The reintegration of art and science matters so much, and I don't mean art as in visual arts, I mean art in the broader sense of unlocking the development of humans into something capable of a hive mind, of exchanging meaning and understanding with each other, of understanding fundamentally that we depend upon each other, and that our entire paradigm of competing, of the invisible hand, of having the idea that somehow everybody running after their own self-interest will create a better world for all, may not really work for this next decade, that we need a different paradigm that is fundamentally based on learning to build with, learning to let go of, learning to unlearn, learning to deeply engage in things that are difficult and hold the space for sharing and caring in very different ways. Sounds incredibly ideological, or perhaps idealistic, but I'm living with the realities of how in Madrid, if you are trying, for example, to get a 15-minute city construct to work because it's so much more resource efficient, so much more resilient mentally, socially, mentally, culturally, so much more effective. And at the same time, your citizens are being told that that's a European conspiracy to lock people up in ghettos and they should resist. They've got to find a way to change that discourse and to think about the ways in which the experience of collaborative working, the experience of co-creation with communities somehow rises above the divisiveness and becomes stronger. And that then leads me to narratives. My conclusion after 7 years of doing this work is that our core operating assumption, and my talk is a perfect example of that, which is the knowledge deficit will solve this problem. If we just tell people how terrible the situation is, they will wake up, go out the door and live differently. Well, that's a failure. They are not doing that. The more they begin to understand how terrible it is as a mother, the more you begin to understand just what it is. If you do my work, you're reading the latest scientific reports and really working out how to go home and just not say anything. This narrative is not working. And I passionately believe that it is possible for us to achieve anything if we can get our heads around it, and above all, if we can get our imaginations, our souls, our minds around it. So one of the reasons why we have partnered as an organization with Solutions Union, Futuro Solutions Union, is to enter into the story war and to really start to work out what are the ways in which we tell stories about living well sustainably, that are not stories of loss and austerity. You have to give up your car, can't eat meat, won't be able to do anything. Basically, you won't enjoy life. It'll be like going back to COVID. What are the stories that are completely different, that are about possibility, that are about energy democracy, that are affordability, that are enjoyable, playful, that are really about well-being? That's what this was all about. These are 14th century frescoes in Siena that were all about narratives of good governance achieved with a whole set of complex circumstances and ingredients for how to do that, deeply intertwining art, culture, economy, politics and society, in order to achieve a city that is right next to it, in which people live lives that are productive based on fundamental balance, interdependence and well-being, and dependent upon and living with a countryside based on fundamental well-being. And that is painted above the seats in which people elected into government every 6 months took decisions, so that if they lost for 1 second a sense of why they're doing it, how they're doing it, and what for, it's painted above them. Then the last reflection, and I will close with this, we need to partner in order to help ourselves let go. Because it is not as simple as just saying, okay, so this is the better thing to do, let's swap over. We are dealing with climate grief, we are dealing with despair, we are dealing with people deeply upset about what is already lost or what will be, but we're also dealing with the fact that we're going to have to say goodbye to cars as independent modes of mobility. We're going to have to say goodbye to eating meat 3 times or 4 times or 5 times or 6 times or 7 times a week. We are going to have to say goodbye to things that we've taught ourselves were normal or were right. How do we make that passing, that passage, acceptable? How do we make it something in which we honor and acknowledge and at the same time let go? And how do we enable what we're doing to feed positive reinforcement loops that power up a completely different sense of imagination? This is Tomorrowland. I like it because it has George Clooney in it, but I also like it because it's got that beautiful parable, the Cherokee parable about 2 wolves. There are 2 wolves fighting inside each of us every day. One is hope and one is despair. One of them wins. Which one wins? The one we feed. So my request, my interest, my commitment to being here, to being in this panel, to having this conversation is, how do we join forces to change, to flip over the imagination cycle into something that is generative, positive, full of possibility, and has the powering up effect to take us where we need to get. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kirsten. You heard the applause. That was really a keynote that spoke to me, to the audience, also emotionally, and you clearly formulated a role to the creative sectors, to the artistic sphere, which we're now gonna talk about it. Now the rest of the panel comes up the stage. Please give an applause to them while they're coming up. Thanks. Yeah, we might have to share one microphone. No, everyone has. Ampra, Lars, get along. Okay, so now with us are, from left to right, Johanna Bichelbauer, speculative designer based in Vienna. She is the chairwoman of Designgesellschaft, the studio community and design collective. And next to her is Catherine Mognon, the head of the unit for cultural policy at DG EAC at the European Commission. Lars Ebert, the Secretary General of Culture Action Europe, as you all know, the major network of cultural networks in Europe. And next to Lars is Ampra Trotto, the Design and Research Director at D-Center at RISE Sweden, and also the chair of the strategic topic group Design for Societal Innovation at the new EIT Culture and Creativity. So the first EIT kick, the climate kick, founded in 2007, is that right?
No, 2000, we were formally 2010 we started.
2010, but the first?
Yep.
And the most recent one are sitting next to each other. And let's start with a question to Ampra. So we heard now about the mission of Climate Kick and the role of the creative sector for making the Green Deal happen, basically, and achieving the Paris goals. And now this year in spring, EIT Culture and Creativity has been founded, and I know many people in the audience who contribute to it, who give their heart and soul as partners, as collaborators. So, speaking of this green transition, what's the EIT Culture and Creativity's take on it? What can we expect? also not only the green transition, but also digital and societal transition, the whole mission of the new EIT KIC. What can we expect, Ambra?
Well, what I hope is that we have, and I think we have all the premises for that to happen, that we start bravely prototyping. I come from design, and I believe in making. In order to change civilization, one starts from creating practices. I would like to build on the notion of hope. The sense of possibility was what Spinoza believed was the ethical good. Deleuze was talking about microfascism, when the sense of hope is taken away from people. And in a way, the discipline where I come from in design is making possibility actionable. It's making people dream, making people hope, but doing it from an experiential, embodied perspective, close to the heart, close to what we are. And so what I do want to see the EIT Culture and Creativity working with is to prototyping at all different levels. We can't wait and get everybody on board around the table and decide how we're going to proceed. We have to start making things from calls, making like tangible, embodied things that are sensorially engaging people. This is what I would like to do. And there are, of course, actions to be working with. There are struggles that we will have to deal with. How do we actually bridge this messy gap? How do we get those decisions makers on board that are struggling to understand that we need a completely different way of looking at it? And if we do not embrace trust, and if we do not just believe that people that are driven, as most people in the culture and creative sector, by purpose, we don't need to measure so much. We just have to let them work and clean the way. So this is what I hope the EIT Culture and Creativity will work with and for.
Thank you, thank you. Let's hand over to the European Commission, to Catherine. The two EITs are one example of European instruments for innovation, especially in these fields. What other initiatives do you support in which the sectors are empowered to face and also shape these societal transition processes?
Okay, good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for this amazing event. Kirsten, you're an impressive speaker. It's very difficult to take the floor after you, but it was an absolutely amazing speech that I would love you to, make in the European Commission. We have to organize that at one point. And I'd like to pick up on, to answer your question, I'd like to pick up on some of the keywords and the structure that Kirsten used. So mindset in institutions, capabilities, narrative. Mindset and institutions, that's something very much on which we have been working and making progress at European level and at national level, and I will explain. At European level, working on mindset, this tremendously difficult change that has to be done. Kirsten mentioned it. I mean, we've launched the new European Bauhaus, which really is an attempt at giving a human face to the Green Deal, making it palatable for people, acceptable, trying to imagine cities, buildings that can be energy efficient, yet beautiful and socially affordable. So that was, that's what I can mention for the work on the mindset at European level. Then at national level, we are going to start next year an expert group. Okay, an expert group doesn't sound very sexy, but we're going to bring together people from ministries of culture and ministries of the environment from each EU member states. And they are going to sit around the table and speak together. And at European level, but also at the national level, those are ministries that do not speak that often together. And they are going to speak together. We're going to support that process and reflect on how to support the cultural and creative sectors better in order to contribute to changing mindsets, but also to green themselves. And I think that process in itself really will be helpful. And that's thanks to the fact that the EU Work Plan for Culture, so the menu on which the member states of the EU and the Commission have agreed to work together for the years to come, the 4 years to come, on culture at European level does include a priority on greening the sector and enabling it to play its role for changing mindsets. And I will just then now, and to support this process, we've also enabled the sector, the cultural and creative sectors. We've heard them through this Voices of Culture process. We've organized this meeting. Kirsten was coordinating it and steering it recently with the help of Elsa and the Goethe-Institut, and that was very important to hear what the sector had to say, and they will present now to the member states and to this expert group that I mentioned. So, you know, that they are full contributors to the change processes that they have to make for themselves, but also that they have to lead. And finally, you know, capabilities. We've been producing a number of tools recently. We've looked at ourselves. So there is a study on how to green Creative Europe, and that's just the beginning. We will continue on that path. On Creatives Unite, we've put together this online repository of good practices. We are funding several projects, calculators of emissions, particularly for the audiovisual. So that will continue, equipping the sectors and actors with tools and supporting them to put them together.
Great, thank you. Yesterday I read the Voices of Culture report and I found it really helpful, this roles that also Kirsten was explaining of the cultural sector, giving narratives, also working on itself, like the festival, but also reaching beyond to other sectors. And Lars, maybe coming to you, you represent a lot more than 100 cultural organizations in Europe, or even more?
220.
220. What do you think when you hear that, especially this role, kind of that culture is the last hope to, you know, turn around the wheel or break before we hit the wall? It's a huge responsibility, but also, of course, and we talked about it today, the sector is not the most resilient, the strongest, the most financially equipped. We have precarious working conditions, we have the post-pandemic situation. Are we expecting too much from the sector, and what does the sector need to live up to that role?
Thank you. Of course, we are not expecting too much from the sector. This is exactly what we feel we can do, but there's this mantra where we say, listen, we've got a problem, we need support, and at the same time we are part of solving another problem. But I think listening to Kirsten and what we've seen today, this example that we've seen this morning of the floating university in Berlin was a brilliant example how an artistic activist project can involve a community, regenerate a natural space in the city, in the center of Berlin, innovate how we look at water management, and change the narrative. I mean, that power to change the narrative, how we behave, how we look at water, how we relate to water, that was the power of an artistic collective experience that was part of an ecosystem where not only artists, but scientists, local governments, communities, you name it, they've all been part of that ecosystem to innovate and change the narrative. So there we go back to these frescoes that you've been sketching. But in order to kind of boost that innovative power and that narrative change, I'm sorry, it's a bit boring. It's what our kind of people always say on these panels, but we need stronger support and recognition, and that means more money, not only the breadcrumbs that we are getting now, and of course we always add, And very honestly, we are thankful for the breadcrumbs, but because they keep us alive. But at the same time, it's a drop on a hot plate. But the real thing is the public recognition, that getting back to that embeddedness in an overall picture, like in these frescoes, where the role of arts and culture is really that of good governance and societal innovation. And I'm afraid, again, boring, that brings me back to the good old mainstreaming discussion. We are leading 2 campaigns at the moment at Culture Action Europe. One is called A Cultural Deal for Europe, where we look at mainstreaming in a bit more sophisticated way, but also in a rather bold way, where we say, in analogy with the Green Deal, Europe needs a cultural deal. And if we look at the global level, that's our other campaign, where we team up with partners from around the globe to push for a cultural goal as an 18th Sustainable Development Goal, because of course we can identify culture and what it means for our sector and what we can contribute in all the 17, but we really need the support through an 18th goal to make that happen. And I don't know how that will emanate, how that will manifest itself. But I mean, one light of hope, spark of hope, I can read in the work plan for culture that is the background document for all we do in the EU at the moment, where there is talk about an EU framework for culture, and that EU framework for culture, in all its broadness, in which it is explained now, could be a potential instrument to bring about this change, the fragmentation between heritage, industries, the cultural sectors, and so on, to get to that reference point through which that ecosystemic thinking will be made easier for all the other areas with which we want to collaborate. And again, if I get back to that example of the floating university, that would mean that everything that is happening in such a project could be traceable with references of standards, working standards, quality standards, and would make it easier for funding from other policy areas and really breaking through silos, to use that other fashionable word.
Johanna, you are also a designer. Speaking of the floating university, you are an industrial designer, speculative designer, artist. We talked in the break a bit about the ambivalent nature of labels, but you work across sectors. And from your experience, how does this work across sectors, across silos, as last said, work in practice, and what are the conditions for it to work?
Thank you. So when I say that I'm an industrial designer, it's not true in the sense that I'm not designing goods for industrial mass production, but in the sense that I'm trying to, I'm using methods from industrial design, and I'm also using industry partners as allies and collaborators in implementing ideas and topics that I want to pursue. So these topics usually have something to do with our emotional relationship with new technologies. And so I might end up with Stölzle Oberglas, a big glass producer, looking at a very humble protagonist in glass recycling, which is the shard, because in an antique but also newly restored understanding of our relationship with our planet, appreciating the object also means appreciating the broken object. And so the outcome of that project that I initiated was an installation with a lot of shards that they gave me, like tons of shards actually, and a budget they gave me. So I'm trying to find budgets in the industry to implement my ideas. Or last year I worked on a project with Willhaben, which is Austria's biggest market platform, on the creative potentials of using their search engines. So I actually use their search engine. I have a search agent, futuristic, and whenever someone puts an object online and says, this is futuristic, I will get a little note because I'm interested. I'm using it as a research tool to see how people talk about the objects, their everyday objects. So I'm actually, so I was discussing a lot with them the potentials of this, which for them is just it's just a search engine, but for me there's a whole culture around it, and I wanted to explore that. And so usually I get my money and my funding from their marketing departments, which isn't ideal because obviously when you work with marketing, you're telling their stories. But there's a few tricks for me that work well in being able to still kind of do what I want. So I use comedy a lot, and there was a project where I wrote, and when I say I actually mean we, because I never work alone because I hate it. So I always look for people to work with from different disciplines. Could be a photographer or a director or an actor or whatever. And so that we wrote a comedy trying to communicate research that was being done in Seestadt, which is it's a new part of town that's being developed in Vienna, and they're a kind of testing ground for smart grids and buildings exchanging energy. And we wrote a play to kind of create a narrative that people could join in, who live there. And I think with comedy, so as a speculative designer, with us speculative designers, usually you can divide us into the ones who are like pushing utopian narratives and the ones who are pushing dystopian narratives. And I feel like through comedy, you kind of escape this decision, and you can actually, you can have both and kind of talk about messy things, but do it in a light-hearted way. So I think what I do looks successful from outside and also sometimes feels successful, and I'm trying to tend to the feeling that also small things make a difference. But it's still, so from outside, like Forbes giving you recognition for what you do, but then it's still precarious, and it's still obviously hard to find the budgets, and it's a bit frustrating because I'd much rather just do the creative work, but in the end it's a lot of obviously it's a lot of convincing work to do to talk industrial partners into doing a project with an open end and working with design in a kind of design they might not know yet. So it's hard, but great.
Okay, so that asks for more funding, but also for different mindset at the industries and the different kind of appreciation of the sector. That brings me to Kirsten. You are also a creative by background, by training, as I understood it, and we could see in your presentation, I think that, and you are the Chief Executive Officer in an innovation ecosystem that is very technical also and depends on technology. How did your cultural creative background help you see this topic of green transformation in a different light than, let's say, an engineer's perspective? And how do you communicate with this landscape in your climate kick?
Well, I have a background in art history and cultural history. So my interest has all my life been in how do humans make a world that they believe in and understand. So the making of meaning structures through the built environment, through art, through textiles, through all sorts of things. So I don't very often explain to people that my background is in that, because very often I learned early on that it's one of the most powerful hacking capabilities to simply just slip into the system coming from this background, because my training is in reading symbolisms, reading subtexts, looking for meaning and understanding or asking myself what's the difference between what's being said on the surface or what's being represented on the surface and what's going underneath, possibly at several layers. So I get into the work that we're doing in the built environment, and one of the things that I'm going after is the 3 pig story. We're telling our kids that the worst possible thing in the world would be to build a house made of wood, straw. We've got narratives that go back to fables that tell us that the bad thing, you need to build out of concrete and brick. So unpicking some of that sounds like child's play, but it's not. This is adult's play. You've got to unpick this in the heart of risk management systems and insurance structures and fiscal mechanisms. So I find that my training in art history and cultural history, in working across kind of art, culture, history, economy, politics, science, it helps me read across. It's also taught me, I mean, I'm a medieval art historian, medieval Renaissance, and one of the things that's fascinated me, as you will have seen from my own inquiry, is how did it happen that for 600 years in Europe, in some places in Europe, societies governed by men who were elected every 6 months managed to maintain building programs that are consistent, because we couldn't do that now. Every single 6 months we'd have a change in regime, change in policy, change in funding. How did they do it? And my work as a historian was to go into the archives and understand how on earth did this happen. And it really has to do with the power of a very, very carefully constructed narrative carried through generations that keeps explaining to people, who are you? Why does this matter? Why does being who you are get you what you want? And to continue to invest in the artistic representation of that. And there's lots of reasons for why, which I won't go into now, but it's genuinely fascinating. So one of the things that I learned is what I call castles in the air. If you depict something so powerfully that it takes root in the imagination, we as a species tend to make that possible. And the way we do that is technology. But technology is derived from a way of making possible something we aspire to get to. And for me, that's why it matters so much, as what I'm able to bring to my work. I think the other thing is, my experience of working in culture and creative industries is, these are the spaces that hold space for very difficult conversations. Conversations that are ethical, that are profoundly diverse. In Sydney, there's something called the Festival of Dangerous Ideas. And it's a thing that happens every year, that you bring some of the most difficult, really, really uncomfortable conversations into public discourse. I think there's a way of holding space for that physical, institutional, that now becomes incredibly important. And there's no other field of human practice that is trained for doing that. That has the institutional forms, the social forms, and the ways of bringing human development and human ways of sense-making and meaning-making into difficult conversations. We need to have some really difficult conversation with rural land relationships, with urban communities, with migration, the way in which we think about resources. So for me, I'm sitting with that as a way of kind of knowing, a way of looking, a way of reading that I find very powerful.
Yeah, I think this answer makes quite clear that we need also the societal conditions and the mindsets in society to be open for transformation and to make the Green Deal happen, for example. And Ambra, you are exactly doing that in Sweden at RISE CC and also at RISE Sweden and EIT Culture Creativity. You are fostering these ecosystems for societal transformation. And when I say that word, I always have a slight issue, because the green transition is pretty clear, very hard to attain, but we have the Green Deal, climate neutral Europe 2050, the Paris goals. So that's pretty clear, even hard to achieve. The digital transition, we also have a feeling what we mean here. We know about AI. We don't want to be ruled by a computer in 2050. We have the big platforms, the GAFA companies and their hegemony. And as Europe, we also want to put something against that. I think Maria Gabriel, former commissioner, spoke of a war of content even. So also there we have the vector of the change, and the AI Act of the EU, I think, is a good start. But societal transformation is much more disputed. We all know we are aging as societies, we become more diverse on all spectrums of what diversity can mean. We know that liberal democracy is under pressure, but it is not as clear politically and socially where the vector is that we should be going. What are the desirable future for social transformation? How do you tackle that when you start these processes?
I would like to go back to practices. So it's about designing for transforming practices. We need this shift. And I will not get into the wording itself, societal transformation. What I like is that it implies that we all need to transform, so the transformation comes down to the personal level and then scales up to organization, societal level. But we all need to deal with the sufficiency, with what we think is thriving, what is actually prosperity, how can we live with. How do we live with, how do we make kin with, how are we part of something that is not just us as individual? And we have been in this narrative of being individual and shielding off from the rest of the world for many, many years now. So that has to be reversed in a way. And what I think is also important is it's a pity that societal transformation doesn't have a verb inside, because it is about verbs, as Sanet says. It's about the action, it's about the transition. It's about rethinking the world in terms of processes and becoming instead of goals. And accepting the uncertainty that things are mutating. And I think that the culture and creative sector has that amazing skill of being able to harvest the uncertainty, not just to stand it, but to harvest and to make it flourish and to make it bloom. There is something also about care in societal transformation. I do think that societal transformation leads to the green. We can't get to any green transformation if we do not start from restructuring categories and the way that we deal with things and with each other and with nature. And there is something about rethinking in terms of who am I, what am I becoming? Can I become care? Am I becoming care if I do a certain action? And there's a lot of work around nomadic ethics that really looks at how can we relate to each other and become a meshwork of caring beings that goes beyond the being human and makes us feel part and take responsibility towards this mesh working together, this becoming together. One thing that I do wish that like this new role that the culture and creative sector has had by initiatives like the new European Bauhaus, the new KIC that is formed, is that we shift from control to a collective reflective practice. We might want to give up looking for certainties, creating databases, mappings, control mechanisms, analysis, and we start making things and reflect and prototype and iterate and reflect together and create a discourse and this ability to understand what is not working, how do I tweak it, how am I comfortable with failure, which is something that has been so demonized in our society. And all this relates to societal transformation. One notion that, for instance, we're working with is this, you were saying before, the partnerships is the mean to let go of control, of fear, of not knowing what to do things. So there are methods to support partnering and collaboration and commoning. There's plenty of those in certain words that are just waiting to be used. We are working very much on this notion of a declaration of interdependence, this process of keeping on rewriting a contract of collaboration when we enter in this transsectorial the groups, collaboration, teams of people that instead of gathering around the goal, they gather around the societal challenge, where they personally engage with what they're responsible for, what they can act upon. And this ability of understanding what can I do about it, how can I live with it, how can I contribute, is something that is not a practice that is that common. We do what is written in our job description, and we tend to be objective about the tasks that are done. But actually, how do I actually get into tapping into my sensitivity as a unique mass of cells and the bacteria and whatever constitutes me, and how do I tap into that sensitivity and I contribute with my specificity to a process of becoming. So all these are questions that are totally out of the way that we work nowadays, and I think it is about establishing and prototyping ways of tapping into those more and more.
Yeah, I think that connects well with Johanna. I think like the practical side of starting those processes. On your website, I read that you invite people to become active in shaping the world they want to be living in. And I think that also reflects a change you want to start to contribute, because shaping a world is kind of this transformative power we're speaking of. How does your work motivate other people?
Earlier it was said that foresight was about enabling people to think more in a more structured way about the future. I think, me personally, my job is to enable people to think in the future in a less structured, maybe poetic way. It's about charging futures with emotion and possibilities with emotion for us to be able to test them and to see what do we want and what don't we want. And also to find languages and new metaphors for the things that are changing around us, for things that are hard to grasp, for something that might be in the air, or for technological changes that we often are just lacking the stories and words to describe them. So, because you said GAFA before, so it's Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, that was a term obviously before Meta came in, but a few years ago I developed a story with a few friends, and we're now publishing this story, and it's a story, it goes like this. So, in a kingdom not so far away, there's King GAFA, and he's very powerful and wealthy, and his wealth comes from a magical plant. It's the 01 crop, and all the peasants in his land are harvesting this crop and sending it all to the king. And so it's a story about data sovereignty. And we started with this small bit of story and went to different congresses and talked to people to ask them where they see themselves in this kingdom. So someone who worked at Facebook said, well, I work in a castle, and I know the king from times that were different, and he actually, he's not an evil person, so he wanted, so it all got out of control, and we said, well, what got out of control? And then he told us to introduce dragons for the data brokers in the king's cellar. And then there was another person who said, well, I'm only, I don't send any crop to the king. I have all my own servers and everything set up in my living room. And so we were saying, well, maybe you live next to the dark forest, but what does that mean for you in terms of communication with the other peasants and so on? And so we just kept developing the story, and now we're bringing it out as a book with 5 different chapters, and there could be more. And so I think it's very powerful to introduce these stories that enable us to talk about very difficult matters in a very fun and light-hearted way, and for us not to yeah, not to fight, but to have fun actually in this debate.
Oh, that's a great example of the storytelling, which now comes a hard cut to policy making again. Maybe you can also tell us a tale on that. But as you know, this project is exactly about that, the policy making side as well, Lars. And you are this bridge from sector to policy making. To do more of that, what Ambra and Johanna have been telling, how should the sector ideally be involved in the framework conditions, in creating policies that are doing that?
I like the story very much, but I don't have one. I'm afraid. But maybe if I think of it, I can contribute images to yours. Well, I mean, there are great examples how we have been involved in the policy conversation. And this morning we've heard more about the working conditions, for instance, and the unique initiative of the Parliament that kind of goes hand in hand with the Council's efforts. And I think the sector had a lot of possibilities to input there, and did that in huge numbers, and sees very positive results. So I think we have examples where we can show how that process can work. At the moment, we are running a project which is called Pop the Vote, because we think our sector is intrinsically political. We are political actors as cultural actors. So we are trying to mobilize our creative forces, not only to get people to the ballot box, but also engage young makers to create images that impact policy. And I think there we maybe get to that part of recognition that we would need, which requires a long-term investment in taking the language of the arts serious. Because I realize also during the conference on the future of Europe, where we also have engaged young artists to contribute with visual performative contributions to Ursula von der Leyen's project, that was almost impossible to understand for policymakers. It was kind of the nice to have illustration to what was going on. And I mean, that is just a small example that we can extrapolate to research, for instance, which is now separated from, tragically separated from the arts. And we are doing acrobatic exercises to kind of put artistic research, art practice-based research back on the agenda to bridge that gap. But it's very difficult to understand for policymakers what that means, that we have these messy methods that are unpredictable and that produce knowledge in a form that we are not used to read anymore, or that seems very far away from the hard knowledge that we normally communicate. So a long story short, I think it needs long-term investment, and a very concrete area is, of course, the project funding. I mean, we could look at the Horizon program and see and ask ourselves, why does it always need to be a university to lead projects? Why can't it be an art center to do the research and ask the research questions or get to that research question through an artistic approach? Which may be very surprising and messy, but get to that, open up that area in which we can struggle to become. And on the community side, where we, all together need long processes to engage in that process of becoming, instead of searching for our belonging, where do we belong in Europe? Heritage is one of the examples where we tend to ask the questions of belonging, but can that heritage be a space of becoming where we lead that struggle together? There, the project logic doesn't work. It's not a thing of starting somewhere, ending 3 years later, and trying to prove how the ideas could or might be sustainable. It's a longitudinal approach where trust is needed, where we don't need to control outcomes, but say, we empower you to play to experiment, to fail. So in a way, I would say we need to challenge the way we, even if it's seed funding, how we support these imaginative spaces in which solutions can be found that root out and that don't evaporate after 3 or 4 years.
Catherine, we're coming to an end, and if you hear all those voices now from the sector, from the innovation ecosystems, what are the most important points you take back with you from this discussion that you think could be taken up further in the coming cycles?
Okay, so I have to say I feel a bit lonely here because I'm the only one here representing an institution which, you know, institutions have set ways of, you know, giving out funding, of taking decisions, where to start? You know, trust. Yes, trust is essential, but at the same time, you know, I mean, you can see nowadays in the context of pre-election how the slightest, you know, misuse of funds or whatever can make so many things derail, right? I mean, it's blown out of proportion in the press. So basically, we, you know, I mean, yes, we would need to be able to fund open-ended, artistic thinking research projects while squaring the circle, and being able to answer all sorts of internal auditing and other standards. Now, I'm aware that by saying that I'm the bad one here, right? You know, I mean, what a boring speech. But still, what I want to say, what I keep and what I retain very much are the words bridge, language, storytelling, because really it's about, you know, building bridges also between us, you know, the way of thinking, the way of designing policies. I'm not sure how many people in my institutions would be able to understand some of the, you know, things that have been said today or translate them into ways of operating and managing policies or funding programs. That's why we need to build bridges, to design, you know, a language that can be mutually understandable, and that's why stories are so important. You know, the story you said, kingdoms, castles, dragons, reference points that are universal are so important. Also, listening to Kirsten and Ambra, really, we won't be able to change mindsets if we don't support, you know, artists and a freer way of thinking. But also, it starts with education. It starts with schools, and you know, education policies really have to be part of this conversation if we want really to change things when it comes to the way we consume, we produce. So that we can, you know, keep a livable planet, but also be able to understand a design thinking approach or a different approach to the one that is being practiced and taught to kids from a very early age.
Thank you. And you are not the bad one, you know that. King Gaffer is the bad one. I think we all understand that. So let's close on a positive note, as Kirsten told us in her presentation. And one quick answer by everyone: imagine a Europe that has successfully, and the world basically, it's not about just Europe of course, but managed the green digital transformation, is climate neutral in 2050. We are not ruled by King Gaffer or an AI commissioner. We are still societies that talk to each other. And we are looking back from 2050 to 2023. And why were the culture and creative sectors so crucial in making that change happen? What decisions did we make in Europe and beyond in the 2020s that led to this great success that we are looking now. Maybe starting with Kirsten, and then we're going back. And we have 5 more minutes, or 4.
We would do this in a way that is designed for humans, and for humans in a much larger sense of self. So I think that means emotions, it means ways of thinking about how do we equip people with the capabilities to turn every crisis into a generative possibility. And it also means that we need to understand humans make things. I completely agree, I fundamentally agree this is about making new possibilities, making new institutions, making new institutional forms, creating new habits. I think our biggest challenge, and if this would be the one change, we have been talking about climate change. It's not about climate change, it's about human transformation. So let's make for humans, design for humans to become and to be becoming in relationship with one another. That would be an achievement.
And if I can follow up, was it 2050?
2050.
Yeah, okay, so Catherine wouldn't feel alone because institutions have participated to this practice of collective reflection and learning. So it's not about giving, but it's about learning together and prototyping together and making and understanding and reshuffling and creating new ways of being institutional. And where competencies like creative optimism or systemic sensitivity, we don't even have to talk about them because they are ingrained and embedded in our being.
Whoa, that's very difficult to add something even more positive, but I think, I mean, I agree to everything that is said. Looking back from 2050 to 2023, I think we will look back at a process in which we've finally broken the disciplinary borders and talked to each other and reinvented the way we tackle problems and not feel instrumentalized, but feel as contributors to a new institutional, social, human structure in which the arts don't need to scream from a tree anymore that they need recognition, but are a flourishing part of all other players in the field.
Okay, so if we look at, what is it, 2050? Well, by then the EU will have enlarged. And what does that mean? Why is that important and relevant to the conversation? Because if the EU gets bigger and includes more countries, it has to reform, it has to change its treaty, right? We cannot function now, you know, as we do when we are 27, if we are like, you know, 30 or 35, God knows, by 2050. So if the treaty is changed, then the culture becomes a shared competence, not a support competence. When, as it is now, but a shared competence. And that changes just everything, because then we can play our full role at EU level, sharing with the countries, the member states, and the regional level, where for the time being, you know, I mean, the competences lie. So we can play our full role in shaping cultural policy for a world that is human-centric, and you know, yeah, a world which is human-centric and a world which is livable. So if we do that, that means that we will have proper funding throughout all EU policies. Silos will have been broken or will be easier to break. We will have a strategic framework guiding where to go, where we go with cultural policies and forward. And what will underpin all that? The fact that culture will have its own goal in the Sustainable Development Framework, because we are in 2050. post-2030. So that conversation will have happened and will have succeeded thanks to the alliance between the cultural and creative sectors and, the UN, the government, the institutions that are currently starting to reflect on the post-2030 agenda. Voilà.
Voilà. Voilà.
Famously, it's harder to imagine, or it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. So actually really hard to imagine what things would be like or feel like in a different economic system. I feel like that must still be the goal. So I would hope that in 2050 we would be able to just listen to George's guitar music and not worry about intellectual property, but just listen to his music. Yeah.
Thank you. I would say, yeah. Let's become the persons and institution to make exactly that happen. And let's give a roaring applause. I hope this is not bad English to the panelists and to Dubravka, who will deliver the closing remarks of today.
Thank you very much for this really amazing, inspiring keynote and panel that really has kind of come as a cherry on the cake of this whole conference. And really thanks to all the audience who have stayed with us through this whole day, because as you see, the room is still full, and I think everyone really enjoyed this final session. So it's time to just say a few quick words at the end. And I would like to invite to the stage Barbara Stacher. There she is. As Jos said, she's always very good at hiding herself, but we have to put her in a spotlight because she has been the Creative Flip project officer since the start in 2019 and is also someone who needs to share this spotlight and this good feeling of having all these people here to come to share with us the deliveries of our work and also the conversations that we bring to the sector. Maybe a few words from you?
Well, how can I sum this up? I mean, it's sheerly impossible. And I think some of the utopia, which I have heard, that in 2050 policy making will be done jointly, etc. It has been done in this policy utopia lab, which is the Creative Flip project. So congratulations, because I mean, how was it possible to arrive at all these wonderful outputs? Learning labs, perhaps peer exchanges, the different tools on the Creatives Unite platform, which is multiplying thanks to Vasily and the Creative Hubs team, and of course the Flip project with all the input. So you need money, intellectual property, working conditions. So it's a myriad of miracles, but it happened, of course, not in a vacuum. It happened because all of you, and I mean, further than that, so you are already the ingredients of the success, because here together are culture and creative sector, stakeholders, networks, member states from the OMC groups, Voices of Culture, the European Commission, the Parliament, of course, so all kinds of academia, so all kinds of different brains, minds, and people genuinely working together. So otherwise we couldn't have arrived at this output. And of course, it's an ongoing process. So in one of the sessions I was today, somebody said, yeah, but it's not perfect, this platform, and how there are mistakes, and when should we share it? But I mean, the aim of the thing is that it's not perfect. It's never going to be perfect. Life is imperfect. We are imperfect. Solutions are imperfect. But the thing is that we pool our brains together, we try to construct something, and this is what's happening, and it's just the beginning of the journey and the end of my conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara. And as you said, yes, one of the biggest achievements of this project is really the community that we have managed to gather around the project and all the partners and people who are following us for the last 4 years. So as we said at the beginning of the day, it has been really an ambitious agenda, but I hope we have delivered. When you're preparing for weeks and months for such kind of event, you always worry about all the worst case scenarios and what can happen. And I can say we're very lucky today that, we say knock on wood, the techniques and everything else worked really well. So I would like to really thank the team at Les Ateliers de Teneur and also Jean Electro from the technical team who has followed us throughout the day and were really amazing to adapt to all our last minute wishes. I would also really like to thank the whole team, all the partners who have been working with us on preparing everything for this conference, but not just this, but also, of course, for the last years. Also the team from the Goethe-Institut, the 2 lovely girls who are actually our youth volunteers in this wonderful year between ending high school and before starting university, they have the opportunity to go and work in a topic of their interest, and one of them wants to become an IP lawyer already, has participated in a session. So I think this young generation is really, I think, on top of their things, and we should really, I think, put our hopes into them and help them achieve this. So again, I don't know, I think I will forget everyone, but also Wanda especially as my right hand, to prepare this conference and everything until the very last moment and late hours of the night, last night. So I don't know how we're still standing, but we're here, and we're here also to join you now for the networking cocktail. Thank you very much, really, for staying with us until now, and we hope you join us for a glass of drink to network further and discuss all the impressions from today. One final thing, we had a lovely guided tour today. I think some people used already the opportunity. There is another chance at 5:45 here at the registration desk in case anyone would like to see and hear a little bit about the history of this beautiful venue. And as really the cherry on the cake, we had one of the campfire sessions on the topic of music, and they were so enthusiastic about what they were doing, they actually came up with a proper song. They just wrote it today with the people from the participants, and they would like to perform for us as the ending. Yeah. So from Tinderbox, Jet and Claire.
Hey. Okay. Yeah. It's actually you who's going to perform, obviously. The group, fantastic group that we had, we've written together this song, which is about our view of the creative future. And we asked people to come up with kind of blue sky, incredibly inventive, creative partnerships. So we had, for example, a maths project that turned algorithms into music so that young people could learn about algorithms through music, for example. Just loads and loads of brilliant ideas. We put them in a song, and we're going to sing it. But the overall sort of theme is shake it up. Okay, so we need everyone just to sing a quick thing. Can you hold that for me, Claire? It's going to go. And I want to shake it up, shake it up, shake it up. Right, so Claire, could you sing it and we'll sing it back?
Yes.
Just to shake it up bit.
Shake it up, shake it up, shake it up. Woo, yeah.
Here we go.
Shake it up, shake it up, shake it up.
One more time.
Shake it up, shake it up. Shake it up.
Lovely. Right. Are we all right to play the track? Woo! Okay, this is it. This is the song recorded in the last hour. Here we go. You can join in. You'll see the obvious bit.
Whoa!
I wanted something different. Should I ask someone about this phase? 'Cause our new phase, creative future. Let's shake it up.
Shake it up, shake it up, shake it up.
This spark is built on change. Algorithmic music we'll arrange. Nothing at all stays the same if artists help researchers play. I wanted something different. Should I ask someone about this? This space is our new place. Creative future, let's shake it up.
Shake it up, shake it up, shake it up.
You need to burst your bubble. Artists sometimes need a shovel. The policymakers, playwrights struggle. Sexy taxes won't be trouble. I wanted something different. Should I ask someone about this? This phase is our new place. Creative future, let's shake it up.
Shake it up, shake it up, shake it up.
I wanted something different. Should I ask someone about this? This phase is our new place. Creative future, let's shake it up.
Shake it up, shake it up, shake it up.
Let's shake it up.
Thank you.
Nothing more to say. Thank you so much, Tinderbox team. Thank you all. We are officially now done with this wonderful ending. So, cocktail awaits. Thank you.